hello, and welcome to round two commentary of Aktobe Open. And with me today it's WIM Raluca Sgîrcea. Did I
Yes.
say that correct?
Yes.
Okay, you are my commentator for the whole tournament, and I'm very excited to commentate with you. Yesterday was very interesting, very fun, very exciting games. I think you had some amazing tactical ideas, so I am very
Thank
excited.
you very much. Thank you. That queen hanging over there was definitely a sacrifice. It was all planned.
Just testing the audience. This is exactly, what we have to do.
Ah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah. That's what we call it, yeah?
yeah. Just chat. If you see something, you just have to tell us. Some blunders up and down, just have to tell us. Otherwise, no. Actually, like I remember, some knight d5.
Ah,
Very
yeah,
interesting
yeah,
tactical
yeah.
idea. It was in the game of your Romanian youngster that
Yeah.
you mentioned. I remember only the good tactics. I don't even remember
Thank
the
you.
queen
I
hanging.
appreciate it. I appreciate it.
No, but for sure, very interesting games yesterday. Um, I'm just gonna pop up the standings so far. Of course, only one round has been played, so the maximum score you can have is 1 out of 1, and as you can see, many players, many top players. Are having 1 point. Ceparino, Shugiro, Naidic, Aryan, Amar, so many top grandmasters, and we will see very exciting games. If I show you the pairings, Ceparino today as a better player with black pieces against I am Lamparti. Again, pronunciation, something we have to practice. Second board, Shugiro with black against I am Uraziev, and Naidic on the third board against Davatian. So many interesting games already on top three boards, I think. What do you think, Raluca?
I think we're going to see a lot of fighting games and probably a few upsets again because we did see a few upsets yesterday. Some young players taking down veterans, let's call them. For example, Wang Hao, he's already such a well-known name in chess, and he started with a loss yesterday. We saw that his opponent was very young. Yeah,
Yeah.
2006, he was also young. Yeah.
Yes.
And he was not the only one to he was not the only victim. Let's say.
Absolutely not. So many upsets yesterday, but this is one of the strongest opens, I would dare to say, in the world. I mean, you have top players almost all above 2300. So Wang Hao losing the first game, it is upsetting for us as commentators, probably very upsetting for him as well as a chess player, having some issues with chess these days or last years. But I believe in him. I believe in a comeback. I always believe in a comeback.
Yeah, I think so. It's as we were talking yesterday, first rounds are difficult for everyone. And I'm glad to see that also for top players. Makes me feel a little bit better.
Exactly. Yeah. We always struggle the first round, like you said. You may travel the first day, or you're.
Mm,
I'm so stressed usually the first round, like so
yeah.
many anxiety, so much nerves. Yeah, and it feels good that some top players also feel the same. Like we're all humans after all.
I remember I was very upset. It was the first tournament of the year that I played in January, and it was a lot of double rounds. It was, I think, only one single round, and the rest were double rounds. So on the morning round, perhaps, I had a very nice game. I had a very winning position. And at the very end, I just hung a rook with a very stupid tactic, like a very stupid tactic.
Yeah.
And then I was very upset. And then I looked through the games of the round, and I see on the top board,
Yeah.
number one, 2600, he lost. And the final position was that his queen was attacked, and he moved the king. So I, I looked, I said, is this true? And then I went on Twitter, and he actually said, yeah, that was true. Today I hung my queen. So
Whoa.
I just, these things make you feel better. He said that he played the second move. He was going to move the queen, and then there would be a check, and he would move the king. So he moved
Yeah.
the king.
Yeah, okay, this happened actually. I already heard a few stories about it, that you're calculating and then you
Hmm.
make a second move and it just loses a rook or a queen. It's like, oh my, I don't
Has it
know.
ever happened to you?
No, not yet, not yet,
Thankfully.
thankfully. But you know, you never know. Top grandmasters do it, so it's only a matter of time that it happens to us. You know. But very interesting, yeah. And actually, some games already have been
Let's see what's going on.
some moves have been played, not the games. Because actually the format here is we're playing 9 rounds in classical time control, 90 minutes plus 30 seconds for every move, but no increment after 40 moves. So, and what is also interesting, no draw first till move 30.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why many games are going to be very dramatic, very exciting. I am actually excited to follow Ilhan's game because yesterday I think it was one of the most dramatic ones, given the opening choice, for example. But I would maybe start with a board one. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think we should see what Chaparinov had prepared here.
Absolutely, I agree. So
Sicilian?
exactly. So we have a Sicilian again. Okay, many Sicilians, but this time E6 one. Yesterday we really saw a lot of D6 moves, but now E6. Let's see what is going to happen. This is very classical, very common. It's the main line.
Taimanov?
Yeah. A3 B5. Is B5 not a common move, or
I think it is.
I think it is. Yeah, it's the most common
I think
one.
it's the I think it's the main move.
Yeah, also many games played here, but his opponent with white pieces right now already thinking a bit.
Knight c6, if I remember something out of these lines.
Yes.
I looked at over them a while ago. And
Yes.
I think queen c6,
Yes,
but I
correct.
don't remember what's next.
Apparently bishop e2 is the most common
Bishop
move.
e2.
Bishop e3
Okay.
also second one. H4 also an option. Uh, very interesting idea, but bishop e2 seems to be logical, followed by bishop b7, castle, and something like rook c8.
And I remember there were some interesting ideas for black. I think also possible here with knight e7. Because sometimes I remember this idea with knight g6, and black has had some ideas with h5 as well. Maybe in more than one line here.
Yeah.
Is it possible here? Yeah, it has been played. I think it's possible here as well.
And after something like queen d2,
knight g6.
Knight g6.
Yeah, this is what I remember.
Rook d1 and something like h5 or starting with bishop e7, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some ideas like that. But this is also possible with a knight on c6. Maybe in a different line. I just remember seeing these ideas, but I don't remember where. Is it knight? No, I think here not.
No, here I think white.
Here is white. White will play knight c6.
Yeah. I think we can expect this, but white's still thinking. So again, maybe not sure yet. Maybe he wasn't prepared for Ceferino's opening. Maybe this is a surprise opening. I don't know. Ceferino is very good theoretician. I think he has very good opening ideas. I think he was also second of many top players.
Yeah.
So he knows what he's doing.
Topalov most famous.
Exactly.
But he's not the only one. Yeah.
Not the only one for sure. Yeah. So many
also
good
very ideas. Queen c6, of course.
On
what else?
Yes. Okay. So what should white do here? Bishop e2, of course, the most common one. But I'm curious in this h4 idea.
Right away.
I don't know. Looks funny. Looks fun to me. Not funny, or funny and fun. I don't know what's going to turn out. You know. I don't know exactly what's the plan, but I guess after bishop b7, I want to go h5. Yeah, maybe stopping this your knight e7, knight g6 idea.
Yeah, or maybe just asking black.
Also what to do.
Where you're gonna castle? What are you going to do? Because I'm guessing that if he plays h6, maybe now when queen d2 happens, black will not castle short so comfortably, right? Because there should be bishop h6 ideas all the time.
Absolutely, yeah, correct. I mean, this looks interesting, but maybe white is just a bit underdeveloped for, I don't know, maybe black can act fast with something like b4, I'm thinking, you know?
Yeah, that's
Or I start with
Before.
h6, yeah. Okay, also starting with h6, yeah, and then yeah, you can always have some sacrifices. But yeah, this is
Wait a
far
second.
far
What
away.
is rook h3 here? I thought that queen d2 is the move, and I see rook h3.
Hmm. Okay. I like
Now,
this.
now I'm confused. Now so knight f6,
I,
because then the pawn is hanging.
yeah. How do I react? Do I
e5.
go just e5? You think? E5 was played,
F
yeah.
f3
5
doesn't really
games.
make sense, right? If I have my rook on h3,
Yeah.
but
Oh.
e5, knight d5.
Hmm.
Okay.
Curious. I guess I have to take knight d5, followed queen d5, and then we're just going to
You
an end
have
game.
to take, no? Because this one is hanging. I guess takes.
Yeah. And long castle. That
And
seems
long
like.
castle.
Okay, so what is this rook doing on h3? Well, I guess
That's exactly
prepared.
my question. Yeah. Is it going to d3 or to c3?
Maybe, yeah, maybe just prepared for an endgame, like rook lifts are always a fun way to play. I'm not usually in an endgame, but if it works, it works. I guess it's equal. I would say it's 0-0 as typical for
Probably equal,
engine.
yeah.
But
Probably equal.
that was not played in the game.
No, that was not played in the game. We were
Queen
just
d2
having fun.
was, yeah, of course, but Queen d2 was played, which was played in total 12 times only.
But
So
that looks normal as well, no?
it does
Queen
look
d2.
normal. Maybe it's like a transposition to something that comes later after bishop
Could be.
b7, for
Bishop
example.
d3, for example, maybe
Yes.
transposes.
Or bishop e2. I think both of these moves transpose. Okay, of course I have to check knight
That's
f6.
true. Knight f6, f3, I guess.
I could play bishop f3 or f3, I guess.
Ah.
Yeah. I don't know what is more common, but something this game can develop in a very interesting way for sure.
Let's see what if Chaparino brings something new here. Some interesting lines.
Yeah.
Taimanov is very solid, no? Opening.
Yeah, I would
Sicilian
say so.
choice. Out of all the Sicilians,
You would pick this one?
maybe Taimanov is one of the solid ones.
Yeah. Okay, but still, like the pawn structure is imbalance, and
Yeah, of
even
course.
an endgame here would be an interesting choice for Chaparino. But I'm very excited to see exactly what is his preparation. So let's wait for White to move. I think he will think for some time now. I guess he's not prepared, so I would like to move to board 2.
Let's see.
To see what happened there. Another
More
Sicilian.
Sicilians.
Wow, okay. But this time again, neither with d6. I would say this is the most played Sicilian these days, right?
I think so.
And d4, knight f6, very classical. I think we saw this yesterday as well.
Yeah, we did.
Which is not a surprise, but not with e6, right?
Not with e6?
I'm not sure.
Maybe a6 first and then...
Yeah.
But not with queen d3 for sure,
queen d3
right?
for sure. This is a second common move. The main one is queen d2. But queen d3? Okay. Interesting. And Sugiro also thinking. Sugiro yesterday also had some time trouble issues, if you remember. I think he was down for like 40 minutes to 1 hour against his opponent in the opening. In some classical Queen's Gambit, right?
Yes. We were wondering what he would bring new.
Exactly, yeah, it was interesting. But today, again, already surprised after queen d3. But a6 seems to still be a common move, right? It's looks something that should be played with black pieces.
Yeah, bishop e7 I was thinking also. I don't know if there's any.
Could work.
I guess. Maybe they just transpose, no?
Yeah, I guess because after long castle, then you have to watch out for knight
most
b5.
likely have to play a6.
Yeah, so
you're right.
I think you might be forced. So it's actually, what's the difference between queen d2 and queen d3? I wonder, because here, for example, if you go bishop e7, long castle, can I castle? Maybe this is some difference of queen a5. And in the other line, I don't know. Let's check what happens if I do this with queen d3. Just curious what happens. So
I think sometimes the queen from d3 can go to g3. I don't know if there's any big difference move-wise here, but maybe
usually
that could be a
f4 is
difference.
played first, though. Yeah.
Yes,
But yeah, I just wonder why going queen d3 then instead of queen d2. But I'm sure there are some small nuances.
And maybe sometimes the pawn on e4 is already protected when you move the knight.
Okay, fair. Yeah, and also queen is more easily accessed.
To
The
g3, yeah, or
or
h3,
g3, yeah. Okay,
yes.
maybe h3 is a bit
maybe
too
h3.
ambitious because of e5.
Maybe.
Still works.
Maybe,
it,
yeah.
it still works. For example, if I go a6, queen h3, I still have knight f5, but again, you have to calculate a bit if this is something that you want. But I was thinking about going queen h3 and going bishop d3 and going
d3,
e5,
right?
and I just checkmate you,
Yes.
On a7 just looks
I
easy
understand
enough.
that, yeah.
But of course, this is in my dreams. This is what happens in my dreams, but never in the game. But yes, queen d3 and Sgîrcea thinking. So again, I would like to leave him here to decide how he wants to continue. And board 3. Only two moves played between Naiditch and Davatian.
Maybe someone arrives late. Black, probably.
Probably
he has less
black.
time.
Let's see. Yes, black actually did arrive like 12 minutes late. I think they can arrive 30 minutes. 30 minutes and they do not lose. It's allowed to be late. Traffic, or some lunchtime. You never
Sometimes even passing the control is
true. Yeah.
Yes. The anti-cheating measures and the whole control thing before the round. There are huge lines sometimes.
Yes, absolutely. Like we have to take care of all the engines that could be taken into the playing hall. Were you part of last year's Olympiad in Budapest?
In Budapest.
Yeah, that was almost at Bucharest. I was like, oh.
It happened to bigger, to very important people who came, I think, some artists.
Oh,
I don't remember who now, but he went to a concert in Bucharest and he said, "Hello, Budapest."
Yes, the pronunciation is very similar, so it's very easy to mix, but definitely different cities. Definitely both beautiful, but different cities.
We also have a river. It's not the Danube, but there's also a river in Bucharest.
And very nice architecture as well in both cities.
Yeah.
But also, yes, in the Olympiads, there were huge lines. I could not enter the playing hall with sunglasses, for example. Illegal. And if you had a SIM card in your pocket, illegal. You could be...
Yes.
There were some cases. So, yes, that's why passing the control is sometimes very difficult. Sometimes you take something by accident, like headphones. You go on a walk, you have headphones, and then you bring them in the playing hall by accident. So
it happened in a tournament now this spring. I don't remember if it was in maybe in Dortmund or maybe the Open, but one player lost the game.
Yeah.
After they finished the game because he got a random security check, and he had a SIM card in his wallet, and it was not even open. It's this kind of SIM card that they gift to you, and he forgot about it. He had it in the wallet or in whatever, in a pocket, and they found it, and it still had the plastic. It was still with the big card, and he still got a loss.
Oh, really? It's so strict. Okay.
Yeah, very strict.
That's terrible. But something.
Oh, it's important to remember, guys. Don't check your wallets, check your pockets. Don't have a SIM card by accident.
Absolutely, but it's hard. You have to check everything, yeah.
Yes.
Before you go to the
I know that after I saw that, I was playing in Alicante and it was maybe round 2, and they were also checking everything. And I didn't know they also check your cards, like your credit cards.
Whoa.
And I take my credit cards with me to the playing hall because, what if I need to buy something?
Absolutely,
yes, okay.
Yes.
So they made me take the cards one by one, the credit cards. And I was very confused. And I'm like, why do you need their credit cards? They said, no, because you could cut out the SIM part, and you could put a SIM card in there.
What?
And we have to check that there are no, it hasn't been manipulated, the credit card. And it's not actually something that has a SIM card in it.
Oh my.
So after I heard that, and I heard the story of this tournament, I took my wallet and I started looking at everything I have, just in case I have an old SIM card or something, because who knows?
That's insane. I haven't actually heard of that before. So also we cannot. Yes, it's soon we will not be able to wear our jewelry anymore.
Yeah,
our
maybe.
glasses, just nothing will be allowed in anymore, which is a bit excessive because with the SIM card you cannot really cheat because you would need a device to put it in.
Yeah, that's what they say, because someone could come and hide a phone in the bathroom or something, and it doesn't have a SIM card, but you could bring the SIM card with you. So it's a whole
But the fact
that's the explanation. I asked, like, how.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, but it's terrible because if they had actually good security, they would not let any phone in. So in that case, then SIM card would not matter. So I think it's a bit too much. Like, imagine you have to show them your credit cards. I think that should be illegal because these numbers can also be manipulated if they take a picture or something.
Yeah, probably. Yes. Yeah, of course.
So this is crazy. But this is chess world today. Yeah, what can we do? We have to live with it. Hopefully it's gonna turn
and
for
pass
the
all the security.
Absolutely. Not only the game, we have to pass the security.
You can hide the whole thing in one go. Yeah, that's actually, if you're gonna hide a phone, yeah, you're probably going to hide it with a SIM card.
Exactly. Why the hassle? Why the hassle? Absolutely. Absolutely, yes. So it's hard and okay, we'll see.
I guess it's difficult for everyone. Yeah, everyone wants to stop cheating. It's difficult for us because it's huge lines when you get into a big tournament hall.
Yes.
With 400 players.
Yes.
And the line is maybe more than half an hour line.
Yeah.
But yeah, we all want engines out of this game.
Absolutely, yeah. Hoping for the better in that development, but the game that is developing between Naidic and Vatjan was actually knight d7.
Threatening e5. Yes, I want the center.
Yes, exactly. Just want the center, and now White should decide either to go d4 and just go into some kind of Catalan game. But Naidic just goes bishop g2, allowing e5. Okay, and now I think we're having like some reversed King's Indian with White instead of with black pieces.
That's good. That's a good point. Yes.
Of course, it's slightly different. This knight on d7, I'm not sure if it's going to turn out as a good knight, but I think that this is actually a very solid opening for black. However, whenever White decides to play King's Indian with White, yeah, I mean, it means that they really want to play some chess. So
yes, these ready things can have not much theory. They don't have a lot of theory and can just go into fighting positions. We're expecting something like knight d2, right? And some break in the center, which could be c4, it could be e4 sometimes. Depends on.
Exactly. Also, knight c3 could be a fun idea sometimes. Also with the same idea, except you go directly to the center. Oh, and knight c3 played by Naidic. The idea is that if d4 happens, White has many options to where to put the knight, either b5, maybe even e4, or sometimes we just go back to b1 because now we provoke these two weak squares where we can put the knights on later.
So exactly like in the King's Indian.
Yes.
You play 4 and maybe the knight goes to c4.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Just simple, when you know King's Indian with black, just play it with White with one tempo up and everything changes. Yeah, it seems easier. So I actually am slightly afraid when my opponent plays King's Indian with white pieces because I'm just like, oh no. So they know this type of structures, but now they have one more move. So what am I supposed to do? And it can be very annoying. So I'm very curious after knight c3 what Vatjan will.
So is the idea to go e4 and then on d4 the knight goes to e2 and plan with plan f4?
I think actually, so for example, if black doesn't do anything, I don't know,
For
let's say
example,
castle.
castles, yeah?
Yeah, I think going e4 would be very logical, because then on d4 I could consider going knight d5 actually. It's a fun idea to think about. I could go knight e2, but again knight b1 also going to c4. Just sometimes having this knight on c3 gives you many options, but of course I think I would play knight e2 like you said. I think seems the easiest.
And try f4 quickly, no?
Yes, this is a very nice knight.
It goes to g3 very fast when you start attacking.
Yes, actually, yes. Your idea could also not be to play f4 immediately. Also, h3, g4, knight g3 looks fun, but I think we want to go f4 as soon as possible. So this could be very interesting. On instead of going e4 ourselves, yeah, I don't think we want to play anything else than e4 here. Actually, maybe we could go bishop g5, but.
But h6 and probably...
Yes, and probably nothing. Yeah, probably nothing special. So I think going e4 is definitely the plan. Basically, we just want to ask black, oh, do you want to go d4 immediately or later? Later in the game. Because black could also just go c6 and on e4 just stand here. And then decide
castles
to go
maybe,
some,
no?
Yeah, castles, and then go some knight c5 later. And decide to maybe even take on e4 and have more this type of structure, which is more equalish, I would say, than if you play d4. Then it's drama. And
yeah.
We're praying for drama. We hope for drama. So whatever will happen.
What else do we have?
Yeah, let's check game 4. And also I would like to welcome everybody, of course, in the chat, everybody that is following the stream, and everybody's also welcome to give some comments, ask some questions. We are actually interacting with the audience, so we would love some insights or some suggestions by you. For example, do you want to watch board 13 because there was a blunder, or the game is turning into some crazy attack? So everybody's welcome to join us.
We are reading you.
Yeah. We are reading you.
We are seeing you.
Be aware. Yes, so
what do we have? Not a Sicilian.
Not a Sicilian. Finally. Oh my god, e45. Oh, I'm so happy. As you can see, I'm not a big Sicilian fan. I would say it could be overrated opening, or maybe I'm just not an expert in it. Potato. So e4, e5, knight f3. We have Ruy Lopez. Again, b5 immediately, and bishop c5. So this is Neo Arhangel line. I used to play this myself with black pieces. I remember this opening was extremely popular in World Championship match between Caruana and Carlsen. Was it 2018? Somewhere around that, I think. And let's see what White decided to prepare here. And knight bd2. Okay, this is just, I think, a classic main line. Last few years, I think a4, a5 was a very popular line, if I remember correctly. But okay, knight bd2, rook e8, h3, all these logical moves, and knight a5. I have to admit, I lost a game or two here with black pieces, but Aryan Chopra seems to be much better prepared than I was.
On top of it.
Maybe he might be much more prepared than I was. I don't think, let's see where the opening deviated actually. Taking on d4 is not common, but even before, let me just check. So knight bd2 common move, rook e8 logical, rook e1 seemed to be the most played move, but h3 of course just a normal move. Here black could not take the free pawn.
Never a free pawn.
Which looks very free, but bishop d5 just wins the game, wins the piece. So that's why knight a5 played, attacking this bishop. This bishop can be extremely annoying on this diagonal, so I think black is very happy to move it to c2. And now just going bishop b7, again attacking this pawn. So queen b1 played by white.
Queen b1 already played. Yeah, I was trying to find a way to defend the pawn, and queen b1 it looks like the only way. You don't really want to do anything else.
Yeah, you don't really want to play something like this because these double pawns could be very bad.
No, that looks and now a knight on c5, like in like in the
like somehow we should
like in the King's Indian.
It. Yeah,
looks really good.
This looks very bad for white, so queen b1 being almost the only logical move. And now I wonder what Aryan Chopra is considering. Would you think something like e5 is a threat here?
It looks like it.
It looks something, because in case this takes happens, takes, but at the end h7 will hang when this knight will move. It could be a threat.
It looks like the position opens up. But I see the main move here was knight c4. Okay, so knight c4 stops e5, yeah? No, does it stop e5? So what if I take on c4 and e5?
Yeah, I think that the idea is that maybe
take on f3.
Oh yeah, we can
like that.
Yeah, we can actually take on f3. That's also correct. This also looks nice. Of course, some calculation needed. I think that we could take.
Maybe take, yeah.
And I could still just take here. I don't know what happens.
Take, yes.
Because if I take here, then I'm happy to give the h7 pawn, because I think this one will be hanging, and then my queen is coming in somehow. I don't know where, but could be. Or maybe it's a bit scary. I don't know.
So there are also some queen f5 ideas. Queen f5 maybe, or queen f5, because I have queen h5.
Maybe just queen f5, yeah. And if I go something like g6.
Yes, that I wanted to take, and hope that this is gonna end in checkmate. I hope that it will end well for me.
Yeah, so simple. Yeah, because if I go for something like queen e7, I guess you would go knight g5.
Knight g5,
and
no?
This
rook f7.
This already looks dubious. And knight f7 is a threat. Rook f7 is a threat.
Oh yeah.
Okay, this actually looks scary for black. I agree. I would agree. So in case e5 happens, let's see what I will just remove the variations arrows so they don't bother the viewers and us.
I'm trying to calculate in the meantime. I'm not saying anything, but I'm really trying. So if I take so if I take on e5, pawn takes. If I take on f3, pawn takes f6.
Sorry, so after e5, what are you thinking?
I'm looking at some ideas with taking on e5 and taking on f3, but I still cannot make them work because of the same pawn takes f6.
Yeah, the problem is I would love to play this, but white will not
h7 is always
this.
hanging, no?
Yes, and when I move the bishop, first we take on h7, and then we take on g7, and this just seems to be way too open king to play. I move my bishop, bring my queen in from different side. This not wanna play this for sure. So this doesn't work. I guess I would have to take on e5 with a pawn, right?
What if we try to move the knight? Maybe here. Is it the same as before? If we play knight d5, will it be the same as in the line
immediately
with taking? Yeah, we looked at pawn takes and knight d5.
Yeah, let's see. So takes, let's say king h8.
Could be the same, right? Queen f5.
Queen f5. Okay, the difference is now that this file is not open.
Yes.
So after g6 takes, this could make my life slightly easier. Um,
But still
but
complicated.
it's still very complicated, I would agree. But you know, I'm now coming to g7 and maybe it's not so easy. Knight g5, queen g7, check here. Yeah, maybe I don't have enough attack with white, no?
Maybe.
Maybe not.
Maybe.
Yeah, I wonder what the engine will say, because I'm very curious what is happening. Somebody suggested, okay, why to go queen f5? Why not bishop f5? But in this case, I think I'm happy. I don't know exactly why I'm happy, but I think I'm happy. I don't know exactly why. I take on e5 first, but then you have to take with the knight. Oh, and this f7 is hanging, so I would have to sacrifice an exchange. But, you know, these two bishops, what is happening? What is happening with my bishops?
No, wait.
Maybe
Yeah,
not
but
queen h4, maybe not queen h4, but queen g5.
he did play knight c4, so
Okay, so we will see what's going to happen, but somehow...
I don't think they will show us, because somehow I don't think he's gonna play e5.
So I'm gonna ask, I would love to ask the engine if possible. So after knight c4, bc4, if I go e5,
right?
I have to. The only move is d takes e5. Everything else is
Okay.
lost, which is very crazy. After this, bishop h7, king h8, knight g5 is lost.
Right, because now we have the bishop on e3. Yes, knight g5 here, of course.
So I have to take, and after d takes e5, bishop f3, the only move again. Whoa, okay.
How is it? Takes on f6?
And after taking f6, I can have bishop c6, but I can also play bishop g2. And this might end in a perpetual after bishop e3, f takes e3, and queen g5. King h1.
It does? Queen, because there's queen e3 as well, okay.
Because after e4, queen h5. Okay, this is crazy. This is something that you have to know, otherwise you don't play it. So bishop f3.
Interesting.
Yeah, after this, even bishop c6 is 0-0. Would you believe that? Would you believe that this is 0-0? Why? Very good question. This is a very good question. Let's say I take, and what do you want to play?
Could we insert queen e4, queen d5, sorry, or queen after bishop b6? So here,
okay.
Would it matter if we?
Yeah, go for it.
There's actually queen g5 is a blunder, because there's a check and then we defend the pawn. But maybe queen d5.
Queen d5.
Still bishop. No.
Apparently, bishop e4 is very strong move. Going for an exchange.
I thought that something like that might happen. So takes, no?
Takes is absolutely okay, and apparently here the only move for white is queen c2.
Only move, you say?
Yes, if I go, for example, queen f5, I am lost after queen h4.
Yeah, the bishop.
Bishop is going bye. And if I go bishop f5, queen d5 is just too strong. There are too many weaknesses on the king side now. Even though I'm a pawn up with white, this is too hard to play because
Rook e2 is coming.
Yeah, so
it does look scary.
So queen c2. I mean, who would play this? I don't know. But
so the point is to have e2 covered. I think so,
yeah,
right?
So after queen d5, f3 is now okay. Now there's no issues because e2 is covered, exactly. Yeah, wow.
Okay.
Very, very interesting. Let's see what is actually the live position. Still knight c4, right?
Yes.
And what was typically played here? So Giri and Ponomaro played this, okay? And what happened? Knight c4, bc4, and knight d2 was played. With white pieces.
Okay. Nobody played d5.
No, nobody played d5, but it's the second best move. It is the
second
best move by the engine, and actually they're kind of the same strength.
Okay.
So I think we're strong enough, you know? D5. No complaints so far. I think this is okay. We would expect knight d2, but I would love for Ansat to play e5 and to show us what is happening.
Exactly what the line is, no?
Exactly what the engine says, yeah?
Yes. You must have this very well covered if he does play it.
Yeah, I mean, let's see the time though. I mean, he seems to be slightly out of the book, given his time that he already spent around 12 minutes so far. But okay, I am now excited. I want to move on to board number 5 because Amar Ilham is playing with white pieces, and I wonder if he will show us another dramatic opening or crazy opening or the opposite castle opening. But it seems that this is just not going to be it.
Not today.
I guess not today, because this is, well, playable for both sides, but
you sound very disappointed with with this equal position.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disappointed. This is obviously a very strong opening for white and for black, but I was hoping more dynamics with him playing the white pieces today against maybe weaker opponent. But doesn't mean that he's not going to cause some drama later. I mean, tactics can develop in any type of position. This is just the opening. Maybe he just want to show superiority in strategic.
In general?
Oh yes, in general. I'm superior, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking he would play something else, but so far it just looks like a basic opening.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if there's anything really,
yeah,
that you can do against the Petrov. Anything really aggressive.
Exactly. When your opponent plays knight f6, you're just like, oh no, oh man. Okay, sure. What can I do? So we'll see. So far we have some interesting games on top boards. I would like to move on to game 6 because yesterday Yilmaz Mustafa won extremely easily to us with white pieces against the Grunfeld. And today he decided to go for the Sicilian, and again a Najdorf one. Okay. Let's see. This is now her typical e5, knight b3. I will just turn off the engine and the variation bar. We don't need it yet because these are all very typical moves. Queen d2.
And we know them all, of course.
Sure. Totally, yeah, not helping myself with some Lichess database. And I just want to say here h5 was played, which is not the most common move, but usually black would go for a castle, but h5 is, I don't know, becoming more popular, I would guess.
Yesterday we saw some h4, h5 ideas in different openings.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the plan?
Yeah, let's see. So after
castle?
Yeah, short. We're going for short castle now, not going for a long castle, because we're not planning to attack here anymore.
I guess so.
I guess because black decided to go for it himself. So after short castle, queen c7, a4, and short castle himself. Okay.
So I'm expecting some rook d1 looks natural. Put your pieces in the center.
Absolutely, yes.
And sometimes ideas with bishop g5 are possible, no? That you want to take on f6, but I guess with the knight on d7, everything's really well covered. So after rook fd1, what if black plays something like rook c8?
Yeah.
How am I?
These are all very logical moves. So let's see rook d1, rook c8. How does white want to continue? Do I want to go for something like a5?
I like that, yeah.
This
a5 looks nice.
Something very typical, basically taking care of b6 square. In the future, could go for knight a4, knight b6. Of course, let's not drop any pawns yet, but
no.
In the future, like you said, bishop g5. Now this square is potentially weak for the whole game because h5 has been played, not h6. So we could potentially have some pins happening on this diagonal, but like you said, this knight on d7 just covers everything. So
I think for now it doesn't really work. Sometimes you have an idea to put a queen on f2, right? And play. So you could do that with bishop f1 or with queen e1. Maybe queen e1 in case you want to go further than f2.
Immediately you want to go queen e1?
Maybe.
Okay.
Could be an idea. Queen e1 or e5. No, they both look fine.
Yeah, they both look like very logical moves. So let's say rook fd8, kind of.
Rook fd8, yeah. Now I'm going. Maybe now it makes sense to be on f2.
Yeah, queen f2.
Just in case the knight.
Taking care of this diagonal, so the knight cannot move because bishop b6 would be winning some slight material, good enough to win the game. Knight c5, actually there was a game here.
Knight c5, no? Yeah, I was thinking about it.
Knight c5 was actually played here in the game, which is actually a very interesting move. Knight d5 was a response. You want to take with the knight?
Okay. I don't want to take, but I thought I don't want to take, really, yeah.
Yeah, because you really want this pawn to stay here, and you really want the control of the d5 square, and if you take, the control disappears.
Yeah.
Maybe not something that you want to do. Knight d5 was played, followed by bishop d5, e takes d5, knight b3, c takes b3, and queen d7. It was a draw.
And how is this? It was a draw.
Yeah, at the end. I don't know the relation. We can check it. Yeah, it's actually black is doing better.
I was expecting black to be better here. Yeah, I was going to ask if this is good for white because it doesn't look very good. It looks like d5 would be a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's why maybe after rook fd1, rook c8, we can start with a5, and after rook d8, let's see what was played here. Queen e1 was played. Bishop f1 was played. I think it has the most draws. Bishop f1 has the most draws in the whole selection of moves. But now d5 is apparently an option for black. Wow. And after e takes d5, knight d5, knight d5, bishop d5, queen d5, and knight f6. And the queen
has nice trapped in the middle of the board.
Trapped, yes.
Well, trapped. White has to give back the piece, right?
Yes.
Like exactly. Queen c4.
And yes, I would just like to mention, yes, this tournament is Aktobe Open, and it's taking place in Kazakhstan. This is a Masters tournament we're covering. There's also challengers and an open tournament. So you're welcome to also check the Lichess website and also Chess Results website to see all the players. Wang Hao, for example, is playing Naidi Chaparino. So many strong players. And also somebody in the chat mentioned that this is called the hyper-modern variation. And the idea of h5 is to stop g4. And in long term, with short castle, h5 could get weak. Exactly.
Nice.
Yes. So thank you everybody for telling us, because I'm actually very bad with the names of the openings. So thankfully Lichess database has me covered. Otherwise, I would be slightly lost. I really mix the names up very easily. So yes, this is so Sicilian Knight variation, hyper modern variation. Thank you very much. Yeah, so many names, and so many ideas in this opening, actually. Like, you have to play for the center. White is fighting for the center and black is fighting for the center. So something, a5 is actually on the board. So we might see something very similar.
So not rook d1, but he's, yeah.
Oh, okay, so he started
we
with
looked
a5,
at rook d1.
Yes, we did. I guess it could
They might all transpose. Yep.
Could, maybe. We'll see.
What else do we have, Laura?
I want to see board 7 because I see the evaluation bar.
Yes.
Seems to be very high for, not very, but slightly high for white. And white is actually a FIDE master, Paneshar, versus Grandmaster Inyan. So if white is better, this could be potential upset of tournament, of the game, of the round.
Yes, I just wanted to check if he's also a young player.
Yes, please do.
So
while I check
2003.
2003. Okay, so
Yes.
he's around 23 years old, 22. So okay, not a 16-year-old opponent,
No.
but still, young opponent. Let's see what he prepared with white pieces. So again, it was an either. We saw this almost something same today, and g4 immediately. This is, let's see, this is Scheveningen variation. Okay, of
Very
Sicilian
yes,
defense.
very aggressive line.
Yes, okay, and after b5, immediately going for g5, not caring about your king safety, of course, very typical for the Sicilian, and going for f4 immediately. And after knight c6, rook g1, as you can see, we're not even deciding to castle along yet. And after h6, okay, let me just see, there was something.
Yeah, rook g1 I think is not the main move. No, I remember some ideas.
Already
was
f4.
it maybe queen g4?
Yes,
f4
already
yeah.
f4, it's not a very common move. Leko, for example, played bishop d3 and h4 here, and also queen g4, like you mentioned. But f4 is not very common. However, as you can see, in white's preparation.
Yes.
So after knight c6, rook g1, exactly, it's only been played once before, and it was in 1993. So
reviving the old ideas.
Yes, exactly. So after knight d4, queen d4, h6, maybe already
Keres attack, yes.
Though. Yes, Keres,
that is
yes.
correct.
Okay, thank you again for the name. Yes, so h6, maybe h6 actually is a mistake. It's already +2 for white.
Oh. Well, so what is the move here after queen d4? Maybe just not touch the king side, no?
Yeah, already here actually it's very, very tough to play for black. The first mistake was taking on d4. Apparently queen c7 was a much better move, and after knight d4, queen d4, e5 is some way to fight
back.
Have
to strike in the center.
Don't know if it's the best move, but yes, for example, after queen d2 takes on f4, and I don't know, going bishop e7 or if knight e5, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, knight e5 looks...
But still, apparently, this is very, very good for white. So already taking on d4 was a mishap. Wow,
all right,
okay,
so
very
how
interesting.
is it? Yeah, now it's rook g1.
So
what's our position now?
h6, the best move now is g6, which was
played.
he
had prepared, no? Because he's been playing this very fast, I see.
Very fast. I think he's extremely happy that the Grandmaster followed into his preparation. He just fell for his prep. And after queen h4, the only move that keeps a big advantage is actually rook g3, which he played, which gives up the h2 pawn. But after g takes f7, king f7, bishop f2, this almost seems to be over for black, given the
Where is the queen going?
Apparently it can go to h1, but after long castle, I'm not sure where else it can go. Yes, actually, what is black doing here?
Can this be like a very fast win?
This could be over in already 5 moves, I think. I wanna try some tricks though, if I can. How can I trick you?
Can we still try e5, do you think?
e5, okay.
Or am I just opening up my king?
No, I like it. I was actually thinking about d5, going for bishop c5 myself. e5 having a similar idea, but in case
I have to take with a knight, yes?
You have to take with a knight, exactly, yeah. And let's say I decide to long castle.
Right. Say I decide to long castle and then trap my queen, for example.
No, that's not my plan at all.
No.
No, what do you mean? I mean, yeah, at some point I would, for example, I just give you an example. If you go knight c6, I go queen e3, and if you decide to go back, I will go for something like queen rook h3, and suddenly this queen is bye-bye. Of course, black will not play like this, but
that would be a lot of help.
that would
But
help me a
we
lot.
would take it. We will take all the help that we can get. But I'm thinking that queen b6 is also a big threat, right?
Yeah.
So even if you don't trap the queen, this doesn't look.
I mean, I almost
Nice.
feel like every move here is a big threat for white. I really like going rook h3, rook g2, maybe just queen e3 is a big threat already, trapping the queen, you know? It's besides going here on f4 and then making a check to win the queen
in a different way.
I mean, that's crazy. That's insane. So
what else can we try right here?
So
for example, when you said d5, no?
I said d5 because I really want to play bishop c5 somehow. But I think that you can just
take it,
right?
Maybe there's no time for bishop c5 because here.
Exactly, yes, in case of
bishop and bishop c5, there's also queen g7 always.
Absolutely.
So it actually doesn't really work at all.
Absolutely. So this is too much.
Unfortunately.
I peeked at the engine a bit, and engine said g5 if I remember correctly.
Okay, that's not something you want to play with the king on f7. Excuse me, engine.
Hey, that means I can develop my bishop, you know? Yes.
So that rook is hanging, yes?
Yes, this is hanging, and apparently I think
bishop g7 or what?
Yes.
And the white queen is trapped?
Yes, because after queen h7, I think I can go either knight f6 or knight f8.
Knight f6, yeah, knight f8.
So I think that you have to take on h8. And then maybe black is surviving. Yeah, black is now better actually. So taking the queen, taking the rook on h8 is a mistake.
Is bad. But, so if we take on g5 instead, for example, bishop g7 is the plan?
Let's see. If I take on g5, I have to ask myself, do I want to take on g5 first to have more options with my bishop, going to h6, for example?
Maybe, because on bishop g7, I can see that queen d6 is maybe a problem.
Yeah, besides queen d6 seems to be a huge problem, threatening rook f3 besides queen d7. Oh, this seems to be terrible, yeah? So let's say I take on g5.
Okay. So now the rook's protected.
Yes, so this is not an issue anymore for now. Let's see.
And if rook takes?
Oh, you want to take it? Ooh, brave.
I don't know. I mean, bishop h6 is yet, an idea.
This is what I wanted to play, was bishop h6. I don't know if it's a good move, I don't know if it's a bad move, but somehow maybe I can get to your king because you're not castled yet.
Right, and I cannot castle anymore.
Yeah. So I was thinking, instead of taking on g5,
check?
I could check you, or I could just castle myself.
Okay, yeah, castles look like a...
Because if I manage to bring another rook into the game, either through d3, f3 or f1, I think it's harder for you to live.
Okay, but now maybe it doesn't look so clear anymore.
Exactly. I would say the same. Of course, bishop g7 still doesn't work because of queen d6. But I mean, maybe bishop e7 would be consolidating enough not to lose, and queen is coming back to h7, so it's not trapped anymore.
No, that's for sure.
Exactly. So after g5, maybe I don't want to take, maybe I just don't want to take it. I don't know how would I respond, but can I go queen e3?
Queen e3, okay.
The idea is to go rook h3 still. And if you decide to take queen f4, rook f3, for example.
Yeah.
And if you decide to take on f4, that would be very bad.
I have to play king e8?
Because you have to go king e8, exactly. There's no other move, otherwise you lose the queen with a check.
But you could castle here, for example, and I think that would... that would be okay.
Yeah, for example, then maybe followed by something bishop e2 or queen f3, bishop. I don't know. Many possibilities, and this
No,
king I
this
think is
doesn't
dead.
look. Yeah, this doesn't look very nice.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, extremely hard for black to.
Okay, just playing g5 looks very scary, but maybe he will find it.
Mm.
Yeah, or you can castle and
Yes,
on g5 castles.
let's do it. Yeah, that's a very good
But
point
yes,
because this doesn't work because of rook h3. Fair, very fair. I agree. I wonder in this case, can I play something else with black? Yeah, it doesn't. I don't know. That's a very good point. Maybe castle is actually even a better move. Okay, yeah, I
yeah,
this potentially could be the first game to finish.
I'm very curious if he'll find g5. We will have to come back to this game.
Yes, for sure.
After black makes his move and see if g5 was played, because I find it. But maybe he finds it because it's you don't see any other moves and.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I think okay, g5 seems to be the first suggestion, but doesn't mean that it's a good suggestion because everything that you play, it's actually +2 for white.
Right.
So,
but this is a +2. That's not
that's
as clear, no? It's
completely
you
lost.
still have
Yeah.
to find. You have to find a way.
Ugh, to mess your opening this way that you're already lost after 15 moves. I mean, that's terrible.
I didn't think this was possible anymore.
Yeah, I actually it happened to me in I think in Menorca. I thought I played my preparation, but it turns out it was lost in 10 moves because I mixed up my prep. So
Oh no.
it was the first time actually that happened to me. So I was like, and then I was just like depressed all game. I didn't want to resign yet because of course it was not over. I knew it was +2, but no material down. And then was just like all game I was like this, you know, like. But this was my preparation. How did this happen, you know? And by the way,
He played
e5 on the
e5.
4. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't think that g5 would be something that he would play.
So after e5, what did
We
we
said
decide to play?
takes.
We said takes. Yeah, we could.
I think so, right? Yeah.
Okay, so takes. We're forced to take with a knight.
And long castles.
Yeah, with long castles, yeah. Something like this.
Okay, but maybe bishop e7 or something like that here.
Yeah, actually this is good. You're threatening bishop g5 and also bishop h4. Okay. I was hoping I could go for something like king b1. But I'm not sure what is happening after bishop h4. Just not sure. I wanted to take on d6, but I think that's not enough. Yeah, it's not enough.
Yeah, maybe not what happens after bishop g3.
Yes, exactly. I think
check on c7 only.
Yeah, no checks, no pieces to attack anymore, so maybe not the right move. Yeah, e5, okay. Challenging as well.
I'm trying to see if something like bishop somewhere works. Like bishop, h3 or g2 to try and bring the other rook.
Yeah.
Maybe bishop g2, no?
Okay, bishop g2.
But still bishop h4.
Yeah, we would sacrifice the queen for 2 pieces, right?
Right, but maybe now queen. Yeah. But maybe queen d6 is.
Okay, but this is now a fight, you know?
Yeah, okay.
If this happens, I mean, I go rook d8, and if you check me, I go rook d7. And this is now actually a fight. So this is probably something you do not want to allow with white pieces.
Yeah.
You just want to kill them slowly, you know?
But not too slow. And then ruin it all.
Yeah, I mean, bishop e7 actually not such a weak move. Let's see what could be my plan with white pieces here. What can I do?
Is
How?
queen b6 maybe again an option? We looked at it very briefly before.
Yeah, okay, queen b6 looks actually like a nice move, but how after rook b8, how do you want to continue?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, because I actually have an idea. Bishop h3.
Yes.
Let's say that you get greedy, you play bishop h4, and I take on d6. And
Okay,
here,
and takes on g3.
yeah, and here I'm hoping that I have a checkmate because bishop c5 is coming.
Nice. Okay.
So, okay, now I have a plan to activate my bishi. But, however, if you go rook d8, right? Can I continue here? Maybe rook f1.
Yeah.
Maybe rook f1. But maybe bishop f6.
No, wait, this cannot work.
No, but this, I think here I
For
have queen
black.
a7. Yeah, here I have queen a7. I think so, yeah.
And if he defends?
How? Rook b8?
Rook b8?
I don't know. I just believe that I just believe that this is good enough for me. I don't know how exactly. Huh.
But maybe you also have ideas with bishops somewhere like f5. No, that will not.
Like
really,
this, but yeah, somehow.
not really working.
Okay.
Oh, he played queen d1.
He decided to go queen d1. Yeah, I was also thinking like, okay, maybe we don't need to take it. Maybe we can just play. I was thinking maybe queen e3 to again threaten something like this. But he decided to go, queen d1, which again he cannot
Threatening
take.
rook h3. Yeah.
Yeah, he cannot take, and also still threatening rook h3. Because if he takes the
Very
queen
subtle.
and if he, for example,
Bishop
decides
e7?
to play bishop e7, I still go rook h3 and winning the queen this way with a pin. Huh. Very tricky, very, very tricky.
Is the idea that the queen from d1 might go to h5 as well?
h5, g4, f3, all of the above. Give it to me. Give me everything. I mean, if I go to g4, not only I'm attacking d7, I'm attacking g6 square. This looks like a very strong move. Not allowing black to activate his knight at all. Wow.
Yeah, very nice. So this is the first move that he had to find, but he's already in a very good spot.
Yeah, but I just want to check the engine because I don't think this was the best move. Actually, f takes e5 was the best move, and after knight e5 castle was the best move. Good job to us. And after bishop e7, king b1 is a good move actually. King b1 is as strong as knight d5 here.
Ah, yes, knight d5.
But why is bishop h3 not a strong move? Okay, it's a good move, but rook h e8 apparently is. It's still +2.
Maybe the king can try to get to g8.
Yes, it just tries to escape. Exactly. So that's why. Also, queen d3 was a strong move, and queen d2 as well. Yes.
Ah, so the idea is similar on queen d3.
Yeah.
Rook h3.
Exactly, yes. But queen d1 is not as strong, apparently, because of knight f6. I guess
so rook h3
there is.
Yeah, okay. e4 is hanging, that's just right. And rook h3, you have queen f4 finally.
Yes,
but do you have? And on bishop e3?
So rook h3 here, bishop e3.
Queen g4.
Yeah, queen g4.
Okay.
And I'm coming back home to my safe square. Yeah, that's why the best move apparently is f takes e5. And I would guess that what, you have to take on e5, right?
Maybe, yeah, so I don't open up the king that much. So knight on f6
This is now
protects the king.
Yeah.
We can play maybe bishop e7, get the rook out, and pretend you have castled.
Yes, exactly. Well, sometimes we have to do what we have to do to survive.
Yeah, very highly principled position. I agree. It's exactly what they teach us when we start playing chess. Keep your king in the center.
Yes, I mean, okay, now I understand why f takes e5 is such a strong move, because now when we move the queen, knight f6 is really, really good defending piece. And on e5,
Yeah.
it is not as strong in defending than on f6. Wow, okay. Interesting game ahead here for sure. We can jump to another one.
Yeah, not only keep the king in the center, but open every line, possible line against it.
Yes, exactly. F, G, H, you know, just prove me that you can beat me, eh? Just asking your opponent, how are you going to win? Haha.
I'm so good I can keep my king in the center and still beat you.
Oh, yeah, big statements, you know, from Yin Yang here, but I think he's suffering. Let's be honest, I think he's suffering.
Yeah, of course.
But
he cannot be
fighting.
happy here.
I think these grandmasters, what is their biggest strength is resourcefulness in every position. Better, worse, just finding all the options to annoy your opponent.
And very good calculation skills as well.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, board 8. Let's see what happened here. Another Sicilian and another Najdorf. Wow, a surprise. This time with bishop c4 and bishop b3. Okay. Just wait. Is this a common way to play bishop c4? Bishop e3 is not a. It's not a common move here. It's bishop b3 that is a common move, but maybe this is a transposition also.
I would say
something similar than what could be in the different position, but not very commonly played.
And long castles. I think we're gonna have some fun here.
This is now a novelty by Lee. So let's see what happens after g4, knight d4, bishop d4, bishop c6, f4. Okay.
We're definitely gonna have fun here.
Okay. This is for sure going to be a very, very attacking game. Who's going to be the first one to break the king, though? So
well, I feel like g5 is more dangerous than b4, which I guess is Black's idea.
Yeah, for example, if I go a5,
g5.
Let's say, where do I go? Let's say go to d7.
Okay, so you're saying that now I have to do something.
Yes. Prove it to me that you can beat me on the king side.
There's a very interesting idea that maybe I can try to make work with g6 immediately. How do I make that work?
Maybe g6 followed by f5.
g6 followed by f5?
Yeah, g6 you're forced to take with the h pawn, right?
Yep.
And I go f5.
Yeah, maybe this is the way. Thank you.
You're welcome. No, I mean, this is definitely interesting because, well, if you open up the g5, if you take here, and even if you decide to go e5, I think, okay, my rook is open though, but let's say that we don't care. Have to calculate.
I think bishop takes h1, pawn takes e6 looked, I mean, at first glance, like here, pawn takes e6, at first glance, it looks fine for white, no?
I agree. Absolutely agree. This should be fine after bishop c6.
We can look at it, but
take on f7 and you take on e7 and this looks bye-bye. So, I would have to play e5. And now I go rook g1, I guess. I would even maybe give this up because I feel so strongly there's a checkmate here. Maybe just like this.
For example, take, yeah.
Because
And
after
F6?
this, whoopla.
Oh, like that. Even better. And Rook G1.
Yeah, and this is now a very nice checkmate.
And just as you found the checkmate, we have a raid. Thank you very much.
Yay, thank you. Welcome everybody to wait. Aktobe Open. Aktobe Open. Yes, this is a very, very, very strong open in Kazakhstan. You have many top players like Chaparino, Sugiro, Najdic, so many top, and Van Hao,
yes,
for example, lost the first game. This is how strong the tournament is. So everybody's welcome to stick around, ask some questions, have some fun.
And find checkmates with us.
Find checkmates, yeah. And blunder some pieces with us. Yeah, this is the plan for sure.
So we were looking at a5, yeah, because
Yes.
it makes sense to play b4 and g5 and knight d7 and g6, which I guess here black has to take. And f5 did look really nice, but black shouldn't cooperate. Black, our opponent never cooperates.
I think so too. I think, okay.
Okay, I found another checkmate. So for example, if he does this, I can take here.
Yeah.
But that's not a checkmate.
It's close enough. Yeah. I can see what. Okay.
It's not a checkmate because knight f6.
No, but I play queen h5 and after knight f6 I take
takes on f7.
Of
it's
course,
almost a checkmate.
It's not over, but I would dare to say this is good enough to win the game.
Rook h3, yeah.
I would dare to say this is enough. Some work to be done, for example, after queen c8. But
there's rook g1 also that we can, and bishop e6. Okay.
Everything seems to be strong. Yeah.
So that's an idea as well there.
Yes. What else?
e5.
Give me all the checkmates. Let's find them all, yeah? Catch them all, find them all.
New challenge today.
Yeah, this is potentially a very, very dynamic position. But what if I just go b4?
Yeah. That's a good question. So what if I try to do the same? But now, yeah, I will try to do the same. Because in the same line, so here, and if black ever takes, we have this bishop e6.
It's very strong, very strong.
Maybe that will work somehow, because I'm giving up a lot of pieces there, but...
Absolutely, yeah. I think if taking on g6 works, then this is good. Okay, wow. Wow. So after f5, okay, what I think is that I'm forced to maybe even take on f5 and play e5, like I said before.
That, okay, this, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I
think here and e5. This is where black seemed to be the most solid, because on rook g1, which is what we did before.
Yeah. Okay, now let's not
do something else.
Let's not allow these checkmates to happen. Like bishop f6, for example.
Like bishop f6, yes. I was thinking put a piece on f6. Bishop f6 to unpin the pawn.
But is it enough?
Hopefully not.
Let's see. Yeah, this could be.
We could have no something like that.
Oh yeah, okay. I like this. Yes.
So sacrifice on g7. Just like that. I don't know. I guess that here is where we have to look at b4.
Yeah. This is exactly what we have to look for, but I'm still looking at bishop h6.
Anyway, okay.
Yeah, I just want to make it work. Let's see what happens. See bishop g7.
I have to take, of course. Give me that.
Then queen g4.
Looks so simple. Okay. It's too simple.
It looks so simple. Wow. Okay.
Okay. This looks good. So that bishop on f6 is not doing much. Just looks like it's defending.
You know what? I wonder if actually this is already over after, let's say, rook g1. Let's see what the variation is. Yeah, it's after bishop f6, bishop e3. It's almost +2. So this is already over. Where did we go wrong? Let's see.
Probably on a5. We have to be a bit more careful maybe with black.
Okay, by the way, I don't even have to take on f5. I can go rook g1 immediately. That's a very good point by the engine.
Right.
Because that's immediate checkmate threat somehow. So apparently after f5, knight c5 is extremely strong.
Yeah, I was looking for a knight move, but I thought that this will not... Also, if I take here, I thought this was nice.
Knight b3 with a check.
That one, yeah.
And now b4.
Ah,
and when this bishop is gone, I guess it's a bit harder. But is it?
But even so, if we do this,
takes. Now there's no bishop to take on e6, so we have to go.
So here e5 or
e5,
what?
Yeah,
e5.
Okay, so apparently knight c5 being an extremely strong move. I can take on c5 myself, but then again, my attack is gone because this bishop is no longer.
That's c4. I don't like it. Yeah.
This is now apparently better for black. So f5 maybe being a bit too strong, but h4 being a good move here by the engine.
The other idea, no? You try either with f5 or with h5. If one doesn't work, you go for the other.
I mean, by the way, we were being extremely aggressive with g6, but actually this is almost the best move. I think, it's the best move, g6.
I think, yeah, if it works, if I have to take with h pawn and open up.
Yeah, but h4 apparently being much stronger than f5.
h4. f5, I have to say, is very tempting in a game.
So tempting, yes, exactly. Like, if everything we calculated works, you just want to do it. But I guess...
Yeah, knight c5.
If you spot knight c5, then you're like, ugh, okay, maybe not. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
So after f4, actually black also can play, instead of a5, queen b7, knight d7 immediately.
Just prevent, well, kind of
be
thinking ahead.
For g5. For example, after knight d7, if you go g5, I can go knight c5 immediately.
And
well.
e6 is covered.
Yes. So it's a bit easier for black, I guess.
I like the queen b7 idea that you mentioned as well, because it's attacking e4. So how am I supposed to deal with that?
Okay, I guess I have to protect it. Otherwise,
rook e1.
Yeah. So that's why actually black is doing absolutely fine here.
Yeah. I didn't want to play rook e1 because it feels like the rook has to stay on g1.
Yeah.
So I guess this is a win, kind of small win for black to have the rook on e1 instead. And maybe now go knight d7.
Exactly, I think so too. Go knight d7, knight c5, a5 whenever you have time for it. Seems like, yes, this is not enough to attack. And that's why, that's why I think white might go crazy at some point and just sacrifice everything. But I'm sure we will come back to this game when it's
or maybe it's just gonna be an easy draw, like quiet. It always happens like that. No, we try to make it work and then it's just draw.
No, if that happens, oh my. Okay, let's go
Moving on?
round, not round, but board 9. And there was d4, yay! Woo, finally, I'm so happy. There's d4 on the board, no Sicilian anymore. We have a Catalan actually, without knight f3, with immediate taking on c4. And this
knight f3 now.
Yeah, knight f3 now. We do not want to give this bishop. This is the whole point of Catalan, just keep it forever. And
wait, is this repetition? Ah, no. Okay, they kept playing. Okay.
They kept playing. There was a repetition, but white decided no to play queen d1 here. I think queen c2 would be an option, but maybe bishop e4 would have been annoying, so that's why queen d1.
You have to repeat again.
Yeah, and e5 immediately. Huh.
Really nice idea. Okay.
Okay, so the point is if I just take the free pawn, I guess you go knight g4, right?
And bishop c5. Or what? If I go back, I mean,
Yeah, let's say you go king e1. I think I can also play knight e5.
okay.
I can start with bishop c5, maybe forcing e3 and then also knight e5.
Oh, this looks ugly.
Yeah. I don't think I want this with white, so that's why white decided to castle. Now he's threatening to take on e5 with a knight. And here some exchanges happened, and we have an endgame with different pawn structure, but like same color bishops, two knights, and
Maybe still a draw in the end?
I think I would. Okay, if I had to predict, this would be a draw. Looks very solid for black. I don't know, was g6 necessary though? Ah, preventing knight f5, okay. g6,
Okay.
but of course I have to be slightly careful on this diagonal.
Right, yeah.
Very slightly, there's no queens on the board, so it's not anything terrible.
Maybe we're castling long?
Yeah, let's say I do long castle. I'm wondering if I should be afraid of something like e4, f4. No, I guess not. I'm having hallucinations. I think rook e8 is very strong here for black.
Yeah, maybe it's weakening too much. Also thinking that some ideas with h5, h4. We like them so much. Why not play them?
Okay, yeah,
Yeah, maybe
that's fair
it
point,
can be
yeah.
possible.
Yeah, I think e4 is weakening, like you said, too many squares. Maybe have to go for something like knight c4, play for my squares
Right.
myself.
Right. This, yes, some nice squares over there.
Yeah, I mean, but looks very equal to me. So maybe,
I was just very curious. I'm trying to find the how they will, in case of equality, if draws are affecting in any way, quick draws, if they are affecting in any way the final standings.
Ooh.
And that's why maybe they didn't want a draw, or they just wanted to fight it out.
Yeah, which is funny because with white pieces, he's playing FIDE Master Rostovcev against Grandmaster Nogerbeck, which means that white actually, if he drew, he would have a very good score. I mean, to draw Grandmaster, it's like you don't do this every day. So
I see that at least in chess results, that the first tiebreak is Buchholz, so and then direct encounter and the number of wins. But I was trying to find it in the regulations.
yeah,
So it doesn't affect, no?
maybe white is just very, very ambitious and is feeling very good today. He wants to play for a win with white pieces. And yeah.
He came all the way here to play, not to make a quick draw.
Exactly, which I always appreciate a player that wants to fight, and we will see many fighting games, but very interesting because he had an option to repeat. What would you do? A grandmaster, is playing this opening and he starts repeating moves. I think I would take the draw. I would take a short game, have some rest, prepare for the next day, have a nice feeling about myself.
Yeah, so I found it. So it is Buchholz cut 1. Head-to-head playoff if all tied participants are played against each other. So that's sort of the direct encounter. Greater number of wins and performance rating. Okay.
Okay, I mean, better to draw than to lose, so white must be very, very ambitious. Okay.
He probably thought that he will not lose this. It's very hard to
think?
lose this. Maybe, no? He could play it out for a while.
I myself was just thinking that I would have troubles with black and with white here, especially if I play a grandmaster. Come on, so I would not be so confident in myself for holding this against the grandmaster. They are so good in technical ways, in endgames, in so many strategies. They know maybe more than me because of either experience or more books that they read. So yeah, I would I would not be so confident.
Yeah, well, we will see. Sometimes drawers can be penalized in the final standings.
Yeah.
I was just curious. You can have this tie break, which is the number of draws under 30 moves. So basically, the regulations say that you cannot offer a draw under 30 moves, but you can make them by repetition, like it could have been here.
Exactly.
But if you do make them, there is the laws of chess allow you to have this tie break where every draw under 30 is penalized by half a point. So in the tiebreak, you'd start with 0. And if you have draws under 30 moves, you would take out 0.5. And you would get to the end of the list. But that's not.
Okay, that's
not it
interesting. Yeah, sometimes in some openings you just don't have a choice but to have a draw, even if you don't want it. So
yeah,
it would
I guess
be
sometimes you have to take a bad position if you don't take the draw.
Exactly. So then, sometimes this is not exactly a fair penalty, I would say, because sometimes you just want to play, but some openings are just like that. What can you do? What can you do? But maybe I would just like to move to board number 10 before we move back to board number, let's see, what is board number 7, I think. Inian is playing there because this game is developing. Just want to see, okay, we have a c4 on board 10. Let's see which opening. So this is the English opening with immediate d5. Okay, I don't see this often myself, but let's see what is going to develop from here. Looks like
this, like a reversed Maroczy.
Yes, exactly. Looks like reversed Maroczy. Very logical ideas for white, very logical ideas for black, and this is the current position right now. Bishop e3. Okay.
Yeah, because here I played something very similar very few months ago. And with a5, the idea is that sometimes b6 is not so easy to play anymore. And maybe you could have ideas with knight a4, which I think is the threat right now. It is the threat because knight d4 loses the e5 pawn.
Yes, these Maroczy structures are always so tricky. One pawn is attacked and suddenly the other one, and suddenly you have to change your pawn structure to defend them, and it's just not great. So you have to be very careful when you play them. I have to say I'm not very used to playing those structures, so I would easily blunder knight a4. So what are we doing here with black pieces? That means we have to be ready
maybe
for
f6?
Something like this.
But f6 doesn't work either, right? Because on knight a4, then b7, I just realized, is also hanging.
So do we have to prepare b6 to happen? But this is something that you don't want to do with black because this diagonal and this file would be open.
Not really. You can play b6 if you don't. If you don't lose anything.
If you don't lose anything, okay.
You can play b6 and then b5, right? That's what you can do.
Yes. Okay, let's see. Rook b8.
So the point is that on knight a4, now b6 works, yeah?
Exactly, b6 now works. I have to take it and then probably move my knight back to c3. So
maybe it doesn't make so much sense to play it anymore.
Exactly. And yeah, just trying to figure out what can I do with white pieces.
Queen a4 is an idea, maybe?
Yeah, that is an interesting idea.
Maybe queen a4 to have my rook back to get my rook out to c1. And maybe the queen can go back to d1 if I have to. But here on queen a4, okay, b5, I don't think it works. But maybe still, yeah. Queen c7 or something to prepare b6.
Okay, queen c7, I like this move. But okay, after rook c1, it could be potentially an awkward space for a queen. Awkward position.
Yeah. Most of the times it stays on d7, no?
Yeah.
So could it go to d7? Maybe?
Let's try it. can I play this? Can I now consider something like knight e4?
And on b6? What on b6? That's what I want to know.
Anything with knight f6, you know. Nothing
No,
works.
no, no,
Nothing
no,
works.
no, no. This has to be positional,
Yeah.
right? Rook c1.
Yeah, just play rook c1. Yes, exactly.
I like these ideas with queen d1 and queen f1, and then you play h4 and king h2, and maybe you trade the bishop, and
Oh, fine. This game is going to continue for a long time. But I like this. I like this. I like rook c1, queen d1, just slowly. What can black do to maybe be slightly more active here? Just
come f6 usually, and put the knight on d4.
Okay. Sounds
and try to play with b5.
Sounds fair to me.
It's gonna be a slow play.
This is gonna be a long game. We accept there's gonna be a blunder, but so far looking like a very, very slow game. So maybe I just want to jump to board 7 because this might be the first game to finish. Let's see where we left it off. So we played this, and after e5, queen d1. Sorry, just let me promote the main line. So queen d1, which apparently is not the best move because knight f6, but Inyan played king e8, which is not a great move. It's logical move, but apparently this is now +3. So let's.
He wants to get out of the f file. I mean,
exactly. The idea is that on rook h3 now black can take with the queen because this doesn't lose the queen anymore like he did before when the king was on f7. So what can we do now? What can we do?
The queen g4, no? The queen g4 that, yeah. Was that played? It was played, right?
Queen g4 was actually played. I wonder if I can do something else. Just thinking if there's some other option. Queen g4 looks logical. Queen f3 also looks logical. I just want to see if I can, potentially play bishop g1, which is a threat if I play queen g4.
That's correct. That's a very big threat, yeah. Bishop g1.
Yeah.
Bishop g1, queen h1, and then the queen is trapped with rook h3.
Yeah. Looks, but now h5 was played.
Yeah, because right, h5. So you have to move. What about the check?
Yeah, I'm gonna look for a check. King d8, for example. I want to run as far as I can. As much as I can, as far as I can. Yeah, and now, what now? Is the question.
Did I also have a check on e6?
Oh, you wanna play it like this? Okay.
I'm thinking that maybe combined with bishop h3, it could do something.
Ooh, okay. I like this, but after bishop c8, how are you playing this? Maybe I have to.
How am I playing this?
Sorry, maybe I should go bishop c6, not to allow you to play something like queen d4, or queen d5, or knight d5.
I wanted to go rook g2 and prepare bishop h4 to get another piece there.
I'm taking on f4 though.
You're taking on f4.
Yeah.
And on bishop h4, you can even play knight f6.
On
I don't have knight f6.
Taking it.
Yeah, you're just taking it.
But
you're gonna be mean and just take it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but okay, if I didn't, then this would.
No, but you have it, so don't need to. Of course.
I'm just gonna take it right now, but somehow now it's a bit awkward because whenever I move my rook, f4 is hanging.
Yeah.
So maybe we can prepare this in a different way. Don't know exactly which one yet, but maybe I just maybe like not long castle, I'm losing f2. Maybe I just take on
But what
e5.
if it, and then long castle, no?
Yeah.
In case of pawn takes.
If pawn takes long castle, if this is not lost, then I don't know what is lost. So you're either forced to play h4 or take with a knight. So let's try h4 first.
Yeah, to take with a queen.
Yes, I wanna exchange the queens, please. If you let me exchange the queens, let me do it.
So how? Bishop h3, you still play bishop c6. There's no difference.
Yes,
I
exactly.
don't really want... Maybe put the rook on g5?
Yes, this
Just so you don't take with the queen.
This looks like the most logical move right now, given the circumstances. What we have, but after bishop is... I know, after bishop e7 you take on g7. Okay, okay.
There's another idea suggested here
Yeah?
with knight e2 and rook h3 earlier. I guess earlier may mean mean
how far back? After h5?
probably after the check, because we have to do a check.
Let's do this one, and here
Whichever.
knight e2 maybe.
Maybe here knight e2, yeah? Because rook h3 threatens to win the queen, right?
Correct.
Now. Nice.
Very nice. Very nice.
And if...
Okay, I think I have to go
knight
for
c5?
Something like knight c5.
You take it, no?
Yeah, I think this is forced. Ah, you want to take it? Ah.
Maybe. I guess it's still... Sorry. Is it still trapped, the queen? Yeah, it's still trapped after rook h3.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's still
and
trapped.
rook d3. Rook d3 is also game over.
Besides long castle, rook d1, rook d3, we have also rook h2. Oh, my arrows are all are messy. Besides,
but you understand. Yeah. You guys understand. We got too excited. Hi, Andrash. How are you?
Hello, welcome. Yeah, this looks deadly. Yeah, I mean, can I pick at the engine? I'm gonna pick at the engine after king e8, queen g4 being a very strong move, h5, and queen e6 being the best move. Okay, we got this right. Let me just promote it to being a better move. And after king d8, let's see what the engine says here.
I really like knight e2, to be honest.
Knight e2 is also the best move.
It's the best move.
+4.
Queen goes away. Queen goes bye-bye.
Yeah, and I cannot even play something like queen... Wait, actually, I could play something like queen h1. Going out in this way. Actually.
But could I castle here?
Okay.
I'm thinking that maybe I have some bishop g2. I don't know if it works, but you take on e2, maybe it doesn't work, no? You take on e2 and that one's hanging, and then you keep taking.
I take on f2. Just never
nah,
ends.
that's not the way.
Just never ends. Okay, it's interesting, maybe, but not sure if this is the best way to play. I agree. No, long castle, queen e4. Maybe it's not so bad. We just have to understand how. How is this? What is this?
Okay, long castle you're saying is not bad. We don't have anything better than long castle, no?
Let's see. So queen h1, let's see if we can do something about this.
Because now queen e4 is not a threat, because we do have bishop g2. That's what I'm trying to figure out. If I could play something maybe like rook g1.
Oh, rook
but
g1?
Then, or rook h3.
Okay, let's
because
go.
on rook g1 there's queen f3.
Yeah, but on rook h3 now
I don't have bishop g2.
Doesn't, yeah. So if you go queen f3, yeah, this looks like could be a bit annoying, yeah.
Bishop g2, queen g4.
Somebody, okay, so let's say long castle, and after queen e4, bishop h3 is a suggestion.
Because if bishop c6, that's a nice point, yeah? If bishop c6, bishop g2, and then when you take on c6, it's checkmate.
Exactly, and now this is the game over. No protection from that. So I would have to go queen c6, I guess. But, I mean, after something like rook c3, like, I'm pretty sure this should be over. Don't know.
The queen is still trapped. How is this queen always trapped?
Yeah, this queen is being in a very awkward spot.
But just take it.
Just take it. Over. Okay, so bishop h3, yeah, okay. Can black move the knight? Let's say, no, cannot move
F6?
anywhere. F6, yeah. But bishop b6, no? Is this checkmate? Yeah, this is
Yep.
checkmate. Okay, funny. Okay, wow. Okay, so long castle, I think should be the right move. Okay, gonna fix.
And this was
sound.
pretty forcing. How did we do this?
Yes.
We just went all the forcing moves, not the check.
Mm-hmm.
And then here 92 was important to find.
Yeah, 92 after, so check, sorry, let me just see what happened. Yeah, and here 92. I mean, you have to just see what's going to have to happen after queen h1. What happens if I take bishop e4 though? Is the
Rook
queen
h3
trapped?
maybe, yeah.
Okay. I guess so. What about if I decide, yeah, I cannot decide anything. If after knight c5 I just take bishop c5, this is checkmate.
Can we try to go to h4 before it's too late?
Yes,
I guess
try
not.
this as well.
Because rook g7.
Yeah, rook g7 seems to be strong enough to win this. I mean, okay, queen f2, king f2, bishop g7.
Yeah, okay.
But
we trust that he would win this.
I mean, this should be
takes on d6.
H3, yes, or takes on d6 first. Yeah, everything should be good enough. But he's thinking, white is thinking. I guess he's also considering either going to g6 or to e6 with a check.
So thinking about the lines that we just saw, maybe it's important to go to e6 to have these bishop h3 ideas.
Yes, I love this bishop h3 idea. And also if I decide to go to g6 and go to e2, then whenever queen goes to h1, taking on e4 would be queen trade offer. Which is not something that I want to do. Yeah, okay, let's see what it is his time. He has still 1 hour. It's move 18. Punisher might be beating a grandmaster, Inian. So this, we'll keep an eye on this one for sure.
Someone is telling us that your sound it's
yeah,
much too quiet compared to mine.
I try to fix it.
I'm wondering if it's the same for everyone.
Yes, please
let us know.
Please tell me if I don't sound loud, but that's not a bad thing. So but I think I tried to fix it. Should be better. I can make it
I can move my microphone a bit further so I don't cover you all the time.
No.
Same. Okay.
I can fix it. Okay, let us.
So yours is a little bit lower.
Okay, I'm gonna make it louder.
In the meantime, I'm going to see where. Did we see board 11? We haven't. We haven't seen board 11, I believe. No. There you go. You have another e5. You are very happy to see the previous one.
Another Lopez, but with bishop e7. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring my microphone a bit closer. Hello.
I can hear you.
Yeah. I just don't want to be too loud because then sometimes I get very excited about the chess position and I'm just like, oh my god, and then everybody's gonna be, and then at some point somebody told me, oh my god, Laura, you scared me. So I just prefer to have it a bit lower, but I think it's going to be better now. It should be a bit better now. Okay, yes, so what is happening here? c3.
Okay, I was just checking if things are better now, so if you could let us know if Laura sounds better now.
Yes, let me just talk more and you can evaluate if if this is good enough for you guys. Yes, I'm a bit scared of my microphone. It's trauma, trauma from the past streams.
Yeah, it's better. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So h3, is this quite classical, Laura? You play this more, I guess?
Yeah, h3.
To my eye, it looks quite classical, yes?
Playing h3, it's very, very common. Either play it earlier or later, but avoiding bishop g4 is always a good idea. Yes,
so
logical. So this is just this very typical line, almost transposition to this Archangel, old Archangel line. I don't exactly know what it's called. Lichess says this is a floor system, but again, very bad with names, so not sure. But yeah, knight d7 being a very common move, and here knight bd2 is the main line. But white decided to go for a3. Not a4, but a3. Wow. What's the plan? The plan is that if knight ever goes to a5, I guess we want the bishop on a2. Just leaving it on this diagonal. Actually, Svidler played this with white and won in 2009. So, very solid opening for sure.
So bishop f6 and bishop a2.
Yes, this is actually a game between Polgar and Piquet from 2000. So this was played before. So this is maybe a bit older idea. But bishop a2 immediately, so just not allowing any tempos to happen with knight a5. Okay, very interesting. Still the game, knight e7 and... oh.
So still the game.
This is still the game, but I'm surprised because when going d5, it's always a bit brave thing to do. It just allows black to have some, I don't know, g6, bishop g7, f5. I would start thinking about these things. Or just going, I don't know, c5, c6. I don't know, okay. Let's see what happens.
He actually went for c6 in a couple more moves.
Yeah.
So this is no longer following Polgar's game.
Yes. Polgar...
b6?
Yeah.
What was played, sorry, here?
In Polgar, it was played h6.
h6.
Yeah. I guess the plan is maybe even to go g5.
And start the attack.
Let's just see. So after h6, let's see what happened. h6, bishop e3, c6 actually happened. Okay, I was hoping for g5. I was really hoping some g5, bishop g7, f5, but c6 actually happened. So then h6 didn't make so much sense. So maybe knight b6 being a stronger move.
Sort of improvement over this game, because now c6, and we have only one game like this in 2016. Bishop takes. And g6.
Yeah. Let's see how this will continue. g6, I don't know if why would this be exactly a necessary move. I don't understand because you don't want to go f5 now that the center is open.
No, I don't think you do anymore.
No? And you go g6 if your opponent threatens to play something like knight f5, which he doesn't. So if I go back, I wonder why you would play like this. Could I have something different? For example, can I go d5 myself?
Can I go d5? Maybe d5 loses the pawn after bishop b6?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe bishop b6, queen b6, taking on d5 and taking on e5 is very good for white. So d5 maybe doesn't work, yeah. But okay, let's see what he meant with g6. We will see soon after knight f1, knight a4, queen c2, queen c7. And after rook d1, rook d8. So far, I still haven't seen the idea. Okay, maybe he was just prepared for knight g3 and knight h5 to never to happen.
That's what I'm thinking, that he wants to have bishop g7 whenever he needs to, and not allow these pieces in.
Yeah, but again, like, I think I would play this when knight comes to g3. Because then when knight is on g3 and you play g6, you're like, oh no, I have to go back on f1. So it's very interesting idea, but maybe he knows, maybe Tsipido knows more about this type of positions. So let's see what he has in mind. After bishop h6, just bishop g7, going queen c1, and taking the bishop.
He was actually going for f5, no? That's why, or moving the f pawn. That's why king h8.
Yeah, very interesting. I wonder
Or
why.
f6?
Yeah.
Maybe he wants f6 and d5 to have e5 protected?
Oh, okay, this could be an option. Yeah, and this is exactly what he did. He played f6. Okay, so he wants to go d5 and protect everything. Okay. Interesting plan. Very interesting plan.
It works, yeah? d5 now.
Yeah, how do I stop it? I cannot. This knight on g6 is now... Sorry, g3 is now out of the game. I cannot sacrifice anything with knight h5 or knight f5. Oh no. Yeah, okay. It seems like black is doing absolutely fine, in my opinion.
I think someone is asking for Vedant's game, but
Yes.
let me just find it.
Yes.
Do we know where it is?
Yes, I'm actually...
You're finding it already?
No, not yet. So no, it's game 7, board 7. Yeah. So this is
Okay.
the interesting game that we have. Let's see what happened. King... oh! He didn't go queen e6, he went queen g6.
Okay. But I have a feeling that this also has to be winning.
It is, however, not as winning because
No?
the other position
All
was
right.
+5. Now I think it's +3.
Okay.
Good enough, good enough. However, after king d5, let's figure out how do we win now. And then after this, I think we deserve a short break because...
More coffee?
More coffee. I think my coffee cup is almost empty, so... Okay, we will not have to calculate because rook h3 is on the board. And after... what we will see after queen f4? Let's see. Will we see bishop e3? No. Bishop e3 is followed by... Actually, will we see bishop e3?
Maybe, yeah. Where is the queen going?
After queen g4, I will just take in... We get a rook, which is yay, happy. And after queen f6,
we get the queen.
So, is this just it? This actually, we can wait for this to be played out. Black has no options.
Queen f4 only move, right? Or do we have a counterattack on the queen?
No,
I don't see it.
And bishop e3, let's see. Is there anything else?
So I have rook h6, which is threatening the queen, but I don't like queen takes h6, right?
Okay, but this is the best, I think the best option. I'm just trying to see if I have to take queen
the rook.
Yeah. Oh, I think I have to.
No, you can also...
Sorry, yeah?
You can also move the queen to g2, for example, or whatever you want.
But
no, this
queen f7, right?
Yeah, and you can take the rook and keep queens on the board. I don't know if we want that. Maybe not. Because I think if we trade queens, h5 is hanging, yeah?
Exactly, but this is, I think, also good.
Rook f3 ideas, maybe, yeah.
And also, yeah, queen h6, queen f1. Is this an option?
It is?
No, this doesn't. It doesn't...
Doesn't do anything. It's the same? Just a different bishop.
Yes, it's the same. For example, bishop queen h6, we lose this bishop, and in the other line we lose this bishop. Which one is better to lose? I'm not sure. This is the best, yes. This is the best option. I could also start with rook h6, but this is not as good because probably some check here.
Yeah, queen g5 looks...
Yes, I think we will see this, and this, and now... Yeah, I think I have to take something. Trying to see if I can... if I can have more tricks in this position, but somehow doesn't... Yes, queen f7 just seems to be strong. However, like you said, is it good to keep queens on the board? Because king on d8 is a very bad king. Terrible.
Maybe we can continue the attack on the f file, like bishop e2. And we're gonna take this pawn anyway.
Exactly. The question is, does black have something, for example, I don't know, bishop e7, bishop g5? Doesn't seem like it, right?
It's a check. but
Yeah, after
no, maybe h4 is what you mean, yeah?
yeah,
h4 is the...
also h4, yeah, also h4. Something to consider for sure. Yeah,
I would
wow.
like to just take the pawn on h5, to be honest. If I was playing this game, I would say, give me the endgame
Really?
and the pawn on h5.
Okay.
Probably.
By the
Are
way,
we...
queen
How many...
f4 is on. Yeah.
Queen f4 is played?
Yes, played. Yeah, I mean, after
I was
knight
going to ask how many
f6.
pawns does black have? Only one, with bishop pair.
Yeah, but bishop pair. Usually, I will say that engine in this type of positions prefers to keep queens on the board
Because of the king.
because of
Yeah.
the king. And I'm gonna check the engine. So after king d8, rook h3, queen f4, bishop e3, rook h6, the engine would play queen g1. Yes, I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah.
Actually, queen h6 is only plus 0.8. Engine just, I don't know how easy it's to play for black, but I know from experience engine loves to keep queens on the board, especially when the king is open like that. And queen g1 actually makes a lot of sense because after queen f7 takes long castle, also b6 square is potentially very weak, so king c7 would need to be played, and like you said, attack continues.
Yeah, I was just worried that maybe after, the idea that you mentioned with bishop e7 and maybe h4, maybe put the bishop on g5 looks like perhaps a way to keep things together. Yeah.
So let's think about it. So for example, instead of going king c7, I go bishop e7. Let's say go, what can I do? Bishop e2, h4.
Yeah, so could we do maybe bishop rook f3?
Yeah, rook f3, queen, where do we go, on e6 or
maybe e6?
Let's go on e6 to make white's life slightly harder. And apparently just either bishop f1, bishop h3, or something like knight d5 is very strong.
Knight d5 was the first thought, but I like very much the bishop f1 idea.
Yeah.
It needs to get back in the game.
Exactly. It looks like a very beautiful bishop on this diagonal. And by the way, rook h6, this is on the board. And now it's up to Pinashar to pick his winning strategy. It's not over yet. I really thought it's going to be over, but it's not over yet.
No. So many resources still. We're going to see what he comes up with after we have our coffee.
Exactly, yes. Okay, by the way, he already
Queen
came
G2.
up with queen g2. This is slightly worse than queen g1, but still winning. So I am, yes, queen g1. No, queen g1.
He played queen g1.
So maybe he was deciding, like he just put it on g2. No, decided queen g1. Okay, even better. This seems like a very smooth game, but yes, let's have our coffee and we come back. We might have even more development in that game. So see you soon. welcome back to Aktobe Open round 2 out of 9 rounds. Oof, we have a long way to go, Raluca. Where
Yes, we do.
did we left it? Where did we
left
go?
it on
Where
Queen
did we
G1.
go?
I think that, yeah, the board was a bit misplaced, but now it looks good. And Queen G1, a few moves happened there.
Yeah.
We left it over here.
Yeah.
Where we wasn't sure if the queen went to G2 or to G1. There was a moment of indecision from the live board.
Yeah.
We got Queen G2 and then Queen G1, but it did go to G1. And he moved Queen F7, got the exchange, and now went for Bishop E2. What we were looking for. We were looking at long castles here.
Maybe first long castle just to, put the king to safety first before becoming greedy with these pawns. But it seems like that Paneshar was also worried about h4, especially after bishop e7, so that's why he decided to go bishop e2, which seems to be a healthy move, very human move.
And this was met by Queen f4, because now if we do take here, if earlier after all the trades we had bishop f3, now this comes with a check.
Yeah.
So maybe this is the point.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have to take. Do we have any in-between moves here? No. We don't.
Sadly, we cannot castle.
Nope.
That is the issue. But yes, I would agree that being greedy, I maybe on Queen f4 I would consider going Queen g2, Queen h1 now, but then Knight c5 is coming to the game.
And no castling for now.
Yeah, no castle.
Okay, Knight c5, the good news is that we will have Rook f3. So maybe Queen h1 is a nice idea because there's no check on h4.
Oh.
What you wanted to do is this, no?
Okay, yeah.
Because and then if here, maybe we go here.
Yes, this looks very good because bishop on f8 will hang at the end.
So this is what Laura means. And then this one is a check.
Yes. Yeah, I agree, Queen h1, but it's a slightly awkward queen, no, on h1. Like, I would prefer to have it on g8, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
H1. But like you said, okay, what if no, I cannot play Queen g8. It doesn't do anything. Maybe Queen g6, though. But then if black really wants, I guess he can exchange the queens with Queen g5.
Oh, and that's... Yeah, but Queen g5...
It's not bad for us. I guess Queen g5, h takes g5, we go bishop...
Rook takes
h5, yeah.
Bishop e7. I think this would be okay.
I think this should be fine for white, but like we said, if there's an option, we keep the queen.
When we say this should be fine for white, we are looking for a clearer way to win.
Yes, yes, correct. Like, it's obviously should be winning. Yes, it's +2, +3 almost. So this is obviously good, but with trying to keep the queens on the board, we thought it would be smoother to win this game. Yeah, I like Queen g6 then. It protects and it attacks. I love this type of moves. I'm just sad that we didn't castle. Because now this king on e1 can, bishop e7, bishop h4, bishop g5. Oops, who's getting checkmated? Then suddenly it's white. So.
I just realized that on Queen g6, okay, Queen g5, we saw that endgame, but maybe you can, we could even take on h5.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course, we could still do that. I mean, yes, now...
Maybe. No?
Yeah. Now maybe black keeps this pawn on h6 for a bit longer, but that's absolutely fine with me if this happens. Yeah, this is also a good move.
I guess we'll see what white decides to play after Queen f4. This is our position right now.
Yeah, I thought this game would be over in 20 moves. Maximum. This seemed like GG's, but Inian really pushing and finding resources.
I have news. We have already a result on board 1. We're going to check board 1. But look, It's already been decided.
Okay, let's see what happens. So we saw this opening. We were hoping for Ceperino to show his opening prep because we know that he's very, very good at it. Let's see what he had in mind. So he went for this knight f6 idea and not knight e7, knight g6, which is, I think, more common idea.
Yeah.
So let's see what happened. Soon there were some attacking moves being played. Of course, before bishop b4. Now this pin can be a bit annoying, but bishop d6 immediately by white to, you know,
just in time,
not let anything happen. And I think here, yeah, we had some exchanges, and now we have this endgame with equal pawns, but this bishop on b7 being a bit passive. However, bishop on e2 still not doing its maximum because of this white squared pawns. So very soon,
he's trying to attack a6 now.
Yes, doing his best. Doing his best. Let's see how black decided to protect it. Just with knight b6.
And now it's repetition.
Yes, and now it's repetition. White, I guess, could have fought on. For example, after knight b6, let's see, could have played maybe... Can I go rook a5? But then knight c4 was probably
maybe that was the plan, yeah?
And after rook d4, I assume knight d7 back, yeah. But engine, okay, this is very interesting. Engine liked knight a2, which I don't understand why, because rook c2. Knight c3, okay. But then rook c3, rook c3, rook e2, rook c7.
Knight c5 still, b4, okay.
Yeah, knight c5, before you have to go knight e5. Rook b7.
Knight e5? Okay,
and g5, the only move to draw.
So it's important that I keep the knight on e5.
Yeah, very interesting. I don't exactly understand, because after rook d6, okay, the engine that we're using, it's not the best engine, but after rook g2, rook a6, rook a6, rook h2, this is apparently good enough. Don't know why, because I think this pawn is becoming a queen. But
I think that maybe the allowing a 4 might have run into some sort of checkmate. So for example, if we take g2, maybe f4 is the idea.
Exactly, f4, knight g4, and rook d6, and now checkmate threats, yes.
So if you play something like g6, rook d7, and then you have to move you don't have to move the pawn.
Apparently I can also take rook a6 and it's winning. Oh, this is so complicated. What's the point? And if I go rook h2, rook a7, knight h6.
Yeah, I guess, you don't push the h pawn.
Yeah, and now b4 is winning. Okay. Because
I'm knight on it's a full rook, almost.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just wanted to see what could have been a potential way to play for white. Apparently engine likes white position, so it's not a surprise that Ceperino decided to repeat the moves.
Well, white looks slightly more comfortable because the pawn on a6, black doesn't have a target in this position. So only white can try.
Exactly, yeah. But I guess that white decided to be a bit more cautious today, not risk anything with white pieces, draw against a strong grandmaster. Yeah, I think he's happy. I think both of them are happy.
Yeah.
But maybe can we jump on board too, because I see that Sgîrcea with black pieces has very, very low time. Let me just promote.
15 minutes left. Yes.
15 minutes, and he's moved 16. So he spent a lot of time to come to this position, because after queen d3, which is a very rare move, he was thinking and decided to go for a6. He was thinking for 32 minutes to play a6.
Wow.
Yes, and
that was a long thought, yeah.
Very, very long thought, especially for move 7. However, I do not blame him. And after knight c6, b takes c6, a long castle. He just blitzed out the move, so he calculated very well. bishop e7, and now rook b8. Okay, going for some checkmate ideas. Very nice. But queen g3, like you said, Raluca, before, idea of queen d3 instead of queen d2 is to bring this queen to g3.
And it seems that it worked here, no?
Yeah.
Just
now,
in time.
just looking at this g7 potential.
And e5? E5 is there also.
Oh
yeah.
Oh
no. Yeah, it is.
I mean, of course, first queen b6, but it's a threat for sure. So queen b6 immediately to avoid any e5 and of course attacking. The b2 square, b3, castle. Wait, can I not go bishop h6?
Maybe 98.
Ah, and this is just okay, and I am unpinning you, so you're happy. Okay.
Maybe if nothing happens on g7, we don't play it.
Okay.
So he went instead, what? h4?
Yay, we love this. h4, and okay, started with king b1, not going h5 immediately. Why not? Why?
Finishing the castle. I thought this is a funny way to put it. When you play king b1, you long castle, and you play king b1, you finish your castle.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so king b1 logical, and after queen b4, e5. Aggressive style from white. The pawn was not hanging though.
Was not hanging, yes.
The pawn was.
That's what I was thinking.
Not hanging. So if I decided to go h5, maybe he was worried about h6. But okay, I think he calculated that it must have been better. Let me just check the engine. e5 is actually +1 already. So he calculated very well. And after d takes e5, queen e5, bishop b7. Let's see what can white do to finish this attack. I love white's position.
I wonder if... okay, 94 does not work so well anymore, right? I was hoping that I would get maybe the bishop pair or something like 94. But I think after knight takes e4...
Okay.
I don't get it. I just trade pieces.
I mean,
and
bishop.
Well, there's actually a knight c3 in between,
yes,
which I probably don't want to allow.
I mean, it's not so bad because king a1, I think. Or maybe it is. No, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's not so bad, but I think we just trade too many pieces. It's still good for white because of this pawn structure and this bishop, but I would like to go h5 somehow. This is just my dream. My dream is to go h5, h6, and just like I think that if I have another move here, let's say you go a5 and I go h6, I think this should be over.
Very happy.
Very, very happy. Extremely happy. I think this should be already almost close to over. So I wonder after h5, what do you play?
Can I go h6 anyway? Looks a bit scary because maybe you want to sacrifice at some point.
Exactly. I would love to. I would love to do this. Maybe, can I start with rook h4?
h4. Yes, of course, rook h4.
Because I have a trick in mind. For example, if you go
queen a3? Queen b6.
You can go queen a3. Okay, let's say you go queen b6. I was hoping I can play bishop h6.
And after pawn takes?
94.
94 now.
And
there's no way to defend?
No, I mean, I don't know. I think
king g7, rook g4.
Exactly. Yeah, this is my idea. When you defend, you play this. I don't know if it works completely, but it's just an idea. Let's see. I don't think
it definitely looks like it works.
Okay, good. I'm happy then. So yes, if you go queen a3,
there may be no difference. Yeah, you can still take a 94.
Okay. Can is there any trick? No, I don't see. 94. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still the same.
Yes, so maybe, I don't know, maybe h6 is not something to play. Yeah, what else can you do? I was thinking you can go queen c5, but
What about bishop f6 now?
yes, I have two options here, bishop f6, and after g takes f6, where do I move the queen? If I cannot go to e4, do I have to exchange the queens? Maybe queen g3, rook g8.
Yeah, no, rook g8.
And I'm not sure if I'm happy with queen f3. Not sure yet.
I don't know if we got too much out of it.
Not sure yet. That's why I would consider going, taking the queen on c5 and going h6. I don't know if this is enough either, you know. I'm not sure if this is something to be afraid of.
Well, there is a big threat with pawn takes g7, knight bishop takes f6, and knight e4 at the end.
Yes, for example, if you're greedy and take this pawn, oh no, no. Bye-bye, Bishi. Bye-bye, bishop. It would be nice to win this way, but again, black will probably not. But maybe this is the way to play. I like this h6. I just want...
Maybe bishop e7 has to be played after all that.
Sorry, let me just go back. Bishop e7, yeah.
Maybe like that.
And here I have some options. Knight e4 is an option.
Yeah, this is something like this is what I wanted to get before.
Yeah.
So maybe now we can do it. Does it really work?
Exactly. I think maybe not because of knight f2 in the future, for example, rook e8.
Or knight c3. Or just knight c3 right away.
Or knight c3 right away, yeah. Ugly. So maybe not this yet. I was thinking about bishop d3 as well, because...
You can take on g7 and bishop h6, thank you.
Oh.
We had...
Let's have some more coffee.
We were blind there for a moment. So bishop e7 doesn't work.
So simple. No, because, you know, sometimes you're spending all this time calculating these complicated lines that you forget that there's something
Life's
simple.
Easy.
That chess is simple, yes. Like, it happens to me very often. Like, I just want complications in my position. And then, of course, the best move is something very simple that you see in 2 seconds. So...
overthinking, yeah?
Overthinking,
happens to everyone.
Absolutely, yeah. This is, of course, much easier way to play chess. Yeah, I love h5. I don't know how black will respond, though. Maybe knight d5, but I don't believe in this. Knight takes d5, c takes d5. I can still go h6, because after f6 I can still take. This looks to be...
King takes?
Yeah, now I guess
bishop h6 at least. Huh?
At least, if not something like queen e6, bishop h6, and queen h5 looks to be deadly. You have to go back, and then I take on e6. Yeah, this is over. So yeah, I don't know. What I'm just not seeing something on h5. I don't know what, but...
Or this means that maybe this is not so easy to figure out for black. If there is something, it's not obvious.
Yeah.
So we looked here at queen c5. We looked here at knight d5.
Any suggestions in the chat? What could be a response to h5?
What do we think?
Oh, do you think
we looked at h6?
Yeah. Do you think I would have to go for something like knight g8?
On h6 we had Laura found this nice idea with rook h4, after which bishop h6 is...
Yeah, we were checking, for example, here bishop h6. You cannot move the knight except on e8, but I don't think this is enough. Or is it? Maybe this is enough.
Is it bishop g7 and h6?
You're just going for h6. Oh, yeah. f6 is just not enough.
No. So on queen c5, we actually had...
Yes.
We can look at queen c5
queen
here,
c5, no? Actually, I think we didn't check yet, because I was thinking... What should we
But
do?
now you can take on f6 and queen f4, no?
Yeah, but is this?
I think so, queen f4.
Yeah, but queen g5 is something that worries me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, I can play rook d7. I don't complain, but after bishop c5. Okay, I have knight e4. This could be enough, forcing you to exchange the queens. And then this bishop is attacked, and f6 is hanging, and this rook is extremely strong.
But
Yeah.
maybe there's more, is what you say. Is there anything more than this?
Yeah, I don't know. I could. Okay, I could take, go knight
And knight
e4
e4?
immediately.
And bishop e7, rook d7.
Rook d7, of course it continues rook e8. Okay, maybe this is not completely hopeless for black. I think this is maybe the best response. Yeah, queen c5.
I think we also have a move. Could it be that we got a move? Knight d5?
Sorry, that means that white actually played. Oh, rook h3 was played.
Ah, he didn't.
Huh. Okay, so I guess queen c5 was a big threat. Let me just check the engine. h5 is the best move! Woo! Yay!
And what's the answer to it?
h6, rook h4, queen c5 being number one line. And after bishop f6 takes, queen c5, bishop c5, knight e4. This is exactly what we calculated. And after rook f8, it's +2 after knight d6. So this endgame is just winning for white because of these terrible, terrible pawns.
And maybe also that bishop on b7 has something to do with it.
Yeah, some slight help. Yes, okay, that's awesome. So h5 was the best move. Oh, this makes me very happy. But rook h3 was not the best move. However, after knight d5, now white has to find another response. Sgîrcea, by the way, is that correct? 3 minutes?
3 minutes, okay.
I don't know which is the correct time, the one on the left side or one on the one we see on top of the boards.
Actually, the one that's on the left side is still running.
Yeah, so I think on the left it's not the correct one. So I think
probably
we should
not.
follow the one on the board. Let me just refresh the site. Yeah, so 3 minutes and 44 seconds for Sgîrcea. It's move 17, and they only get 30 seconds for each move. That's the whole increment for the game. No extra minutes, just 30 seconds.
There's no second time control on move 40. They have to play with what they have now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I think I would predict that white would be winning this game. Even though he didn't go h5, I'm mad at him for that a bit, slightly. But even this seems very hard to be played for black.
How to respond to this knight d5? Are we going to take on d5? Are we going to play what? Because I guess f6 becomes a threat.
Yeah, no, fair. I do not want to take on d5 because it means that his pawn structure is becoming better. But what are my options?
No, I totally agree with you. I'm trying to find a different way. There's bishop d2 suggested.
Bishop d2, very good suggestion. I just
and
wonder if it's too passive because of bishop f6.
So maybe knight d5 after bishop f6 is the point.
Yeah, but I take with a pawn, and then...
No, takes with the pawn, the queen is... And the rook on f8 is hanging in the end.
Rook where?
So bishop d2 is bishop f6, knight d5, right? And
oh, sorry, you don't see, sorry, when I updated, everything collapsed. Yeah, so, sorry, let's go. Knight d5, bishop d2, I will put it on the board.
Okay.
Bishop f6, knight d5, c takes d5. Are we taking the rook on b8?
No, I was saying that we could take here and the rook is hanging.
Oh, so like this, yeah, very simple.
But I guess you can also take the rook on b8. That I didn't think about it. You are right.
Maybe both works. Okay, so this is good. So bishop f6. Okay, I'm considering after knight d5. Can I? What can I do? I'm thinking queen d2, but this is a lot of
queen d2, knight f6.
yes,
no?
just knight f6, and somehow I have nothing. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What else? Yeah. Maybe bishop f6 is just a bad move.
Maybe. Maybe it looks tempting, but
okay. What about queen a3
with bishop f6 idea?
Yes. Would be lovely to have that. Bishop f6, knight b4, you know, some checkmate threats.
Okay. Bishop c1 and offer a draw.
Draw offer on the board. Yeah, I would have to go back. Yeah. No, something that instead of bishop d2. Oh, sorry.
No, actually, the knight e4. I was going to say that after bishop c1, maybe bishop d2 is not forced. Yeah. Because now, so here.
Oh, now I can go bishop b2. No, maybe yes.
And what about the line that we were calculating with bishop f6?
Yeah, but knight d5.
And now.
Oh no, now you can just take. Yeah, it's a bit different.
It's a bit different.
It's slightly different. The bishop was attacking the queen before, and now it's not. So it's a slight difference.
Queen f6.
Sadly, does
queen
this
f6.
Work? Does this work? Is bishop on b2 better than bishop on d2? Well, I guess so. Checkmate. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess I would love to have my bishop on b2. But it was not played. What was played was bishop e7. And I thought that black would take knight c3, but
I thought so too.
He took queen e7. Okay, no, I understand why, because after knight d5 you really want this c pawn to come to d5. This is the whole point. You really do not want to leave this pawn on c6. So I understand why did he go queen e7.
Okay, but what about something like knight e4? Maybe try to get to c5 somehow. c5 or d6. Try to play against that bishop if we can. Maybe even to g5 if we feel adventurous.
Oh yeah, and we do. Yeah, that's true, because also rook g3 could be a potential threat. h5, h6. I think this is very unpleasant. Yeah. Can I go if I go f6?
Yeah, that's what I thought, but maybe we can go queen d4.
I agree.
Now I want to go for c5.
But you have to be careful about knight f4.
Yes, I do.
Slightly.
And rook e3. Rook e3.
You have to be careful about rook d8 as well.
Maybe you take on e2 first and then you play.
Yeah, maybe this is a better way to play and then rook d8. But okay, you go knight d6 though, but not sure what is this. Maybe it's still okay for white actually, but okay, well, should be better for white, but complications.
Complications, yeah.
For sure, complications. I'm gonna just check. After queen e7, apparently the engine still likes the idea of going knight a4. He likes
a4,
bishop c4, and he also likes knight d5. All equally strong. What about knight e4? Knight e4 is also a good move. It's also a good move, yes. Basically,
but on f6, where do we have to go on f6?
Let's see, f6, queen d6.
Queen d6, right? Yeah.
So you really want to go into an endgame here because of these weak pawns.
Maybe we could go c4, c5. Imagine.
Try. Yeah, you can try, but yeah, it's gonna be difficult. However, I you know what I wonder? Why is knight d5 a good move? Because c takes d5, and suddenly I'm helping black into development. So I wonder what is good for me here. Bishop d3 apparently.
Oh, bishop d3. I was not looking at something like that. I was looking at rook g3, rook b3, but f6 is bothering me all the time.
Yeah, exactly. And after a5, for example, that I want to be active myself, then rook e1. Don't know why. Why is
not
this
play
so strong?
f6. I thought about idea with rook e3 to prevent f6, but f6 I guess is no longer.
Yeah, and also like now rook g3 is actually a threat because you cannot go f6. So you have to go queen f6 and then some f4. Okay, this is still complicated. Very complicated. So yes, after queen e7, white has many good options.
Okay.
Wait.
Let's see what he comes up.
Board
it
7.
Was a draw?
Whoa. Sorry, we have to check what happened here. Is this a wrong result? So we left it here. We take stakes, bishop e2. White could have castled, he didn't. And after queen f4, rook h5 he played, which was a bad move. Because now after bishop e4, knight e4, queen e4, queen h1.
How is this a draw in 27 moves? I'm sorry, this is not a repetition. I would like to know what's going on here.
I'm sorry, I'm very confused. There's this rule in this tournament, you cannot draw till you play 30 moves with white and with black. This is move 27.
You cannot offer a draw, basically. And this is not draw by repetition. So they had to offer a draw at this point.
I'm sorry, I'm shocked. First of all, white was winning the whole game since move 10. And now it's a draw because black decided to offer it.
Okay, maybe, to be honest, this position is not that clear anymore, but with an extra exchange, maybe he could have tried. It's true that he's missing 2 pawns right now, yeah? For the exchange. So it could have looked a bit scary. But there is a problem that it's only move 27, and the arbiters will probably have something to say about it. I mean, it's a pity that we don't have cameras to see what's going on. I expect there to be a lot of things happening around their board, arbiters telling them that they have to play 30 moves.
Yes, exactly. Like, I hope the arbiter will intervene in this game. But what if both players already signed the score sheet and just left? I think they could get 0-0.
Yes.
Arbiter could say, you didn't ask me if you can draw, I didn't confirm, and you will both get 0 points.
Yes.
I think this should happen if they're not gonna play on.
This has happened in other tournaments.
Yes, exactly, yeah. Actually, it happened in European Club Cup in my team.
Oh, no.
On the board next to me, they played an opening. It was 3-time repetition, but they didn't call the arbiter. They just said, okay, it's 3-time repetition. Of course, it's draw. They signed the score sheet. And because they didn't call the arbiter, even though if it was 3-time repetition, they both scored 0-0. Which was terrible because it's a team competition, yeah? So they feel bad and then they're confused and... of course, that's terrible, but we will see. We will keep an eye.
At least in a team competition, maybe it doesn't matter so much. A draw and a 0-0 is kind of evens it out.
It does even it out, but sometimes, like, there are some rules. For example, you have 4 boards, and if you do not score more than 2.5 points, you do not get 2 match points. So then 0-0, that could mean, for example, then the score would be, I don't know, 2-1, but you could not score 2 match points.
Okay.
There are some weird rules. In European Club Cup, it was okay. It was normal. So we did win the match. I think it was at the end 2-1, so we got 2 match points, but you have some weird rules that you have to follow.
And I don't know about that, yeah.
By the way, can we move to board number 3, please?
What is going on board 3?
Let's just go to the live position and let's try to
What is going on
evaluate.
here? Wait. There's a knight on d2. And the rook is hanging and the bishop has just been captured on d5, right?
How did this happen? Can we just go through how did this happen?
Wasn't this like a reti? Yeah.
This
How
was
did this happen?
yeah, reti slash King's Indian with white pieces, and he decided to go knight h4 immediately. So we thought he would play e4. He
Yeah.
didn't. Interesting way of playing. But after d4, he went knight b5, which is a bit risky because this knight, of course, can be trapped in the future. And let's see what happened. After knight a3 takes, he lost the pawn on c3. Okay. And when white tried to capture it, black just easily defended
it. Yeah.
And I wonder how a knight landed on d2. Let's see that. Knight c5. Oh, f4. Of course, knight is trying his best to be aggressive, to score a point here. However, black just being so active, and knight is now on d2 and bishop d5. How do I capture, or do I capture?
Well, that's actually a good question. No, I think
I should capture, and
I think you should. Yeah.
We should do it with a pawn. What do you think?
I'm not sure. I also like the queen because bishop h3.
Fair. Yeah. I like the queen as well because this can be a very good way to win a game if white gives us an option. I like with a pawn because I want to keep. If I keep this pawn on c3, I'm gonna win the game for sure. And
but if he takes on d2, then the pawn on d2 will be difficult to defend with a pawn on d5.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't come that far in my calculation yet. So you're right. Here, actually, this might be
maybe queen d1.
Queen d1 or
I don't know,
queen f2.
maybe
I'm also thinking, and the attack with the rook. Whatever, let's say. Yeah, and maybe I'm just too slow with defending the pawn. Yeah. Okay.
Let's take with the queen. It looks more active, right? Take with the queen, and makes sense to have the diagonal under control.
Absolutely, yes. Now that you mentioned bishop d2, I didn't even consider taking this knight because it looks so scary to have a pawn on d2. But of course, here this is the best move. Yeah. I don't know why black is actually thinking. What is he afraid of?
So what options? Move the rook. Take on d2.
I guess he's... Okay, sorry. He's considering... And now I realize taking knight f1 first.
Take on f1.
Yeah, okay.
We have the third commentator.
Oh my god, did you hear?
Showing up?
Yes. You heard her well.
You have a very good microphone. You don't know where she is, yeah?
I have no clue where she is. Smock. Where are you? Where did she hide?
There. Definitely she's there.
Oh, she's here. Come here. Yeah. Come here. Oh, it's Smock. Hello. Okay.
Hi.
She took my headphones. Let me put them in. Okay.
I wonder what she thinks about this position. Wonder what she thinks about this position. If she has any particular thoughts, any strong thoughts about this.
Yes, Smock. What do you think?
Is she purring?
Yeah. She likes it. She loves it. I don't know for which side, but probably black. Yes, good thinking, Smock. We like black. What moves happened? So
it was queen takes d5 here, as we were considering, and then bishop d2. I thought bishop d2 is almost forced as well.
Yes.
Queen f2, and here bishop f5. Oh, because is the plan just simple bishop c2 and get yourself a queen?
Is it so easy? Is it that easy?
You're telling me?
Are you telling me it's as simple? Okay, rook d1. Yes. Now the thing is that. What is the thing?
The thing is that maybe on bishop c2, maybe he wants c4. Maybe this is one last idea.
Fair point, fair point. I guess this is exactly what he wants.
And then if you get rid of the pawn on d2, you can consider yourself lucky, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. So does that mean that I was trying to just make some tricks for white, and after if I go rook d8 with black, I was wondering
Knight
if...
d3?
Yes, I can go knight d3. Exactly.
Yeah, I was thinking that rook d8 is also maybe not possible because here there's this idea, no?
Yes, I mean, I still get the pawn. We exchange some pieces, but I am a pawn up, but these two I count as one pawn, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I would say, oh, I'm 2 pawns up with black pieces. Maybe this is enough. Let's see. I would love to just check the engine.
I think maybe he played rook a to
Rook
d8. Yeah.
This is minus 3.5 already. And
Okay.
knight d3, it's not even the top 3 moves because of queen a5 or c5, or even stronger. Wow,
like
yes.
that,
This is
No,
even
I like that
easier.
very much. If you can get a pawn to c3, you're just gonna have it. So
Exactly.
knight f3, yeah. Knight f3.
Exactly.
But then now maybe queen a5.
Yes, and already played.
And played very fast.
Yes, black didn't play bishop c2 because of e4, and then we lose this pawn, and we really don't want to lose this pawn. If there's if it's an option to keep it, I want to keep it. And Naidich playing extremely fast because his opponent is in time trouble, and this is his only chance to hold on.
You have to take all your chances, the practical chances, and...
But this could be an upset.
Yeah.
Dautian beating Naidich with black pieces even.
Yes. Yes.
So
taking the center works? Does this mean that we have solved some problems against the Reti?
I think that Naidich played very weirdly with this knight h4 idea. I have to be honest. Let's see. I just want to check the engine. Yeah, e4 being objectively the best way, or a4. Of course, the idea is to control these two squares as kings in King's Indian, but knight h4, okay, it's not a bad move. Where did he go wrong? c3 already being not...
I would have thought that maybe a4, because sometimes whether you put the knight on b1 or b5, you still end up on c4.
Exactly, and this was the best move. And after c6, knight a3, of course, this is the place you want to be. And then you can consider going f4 as well if you want to. But yes,
so maybe he rushed a little bit here.
Yeah, c3 was already a bit aggressive, and here let's see what could he have done. e4 here was the only move to hold on, which is logical. I mean, you move the knight pawn, and you get the pawn, yeah. But he didn't want to close his bishop, so he went knight f3, and this was already bad. And yeah, no chance now.
That's actually, this knight went a lot of places.
Yeah, wait. So he went to f3, then he went to h4, then he went back, then he went to g5, then he went back.
And then ended up on e5? Yeah.
And then he went to e5, yes.
And back to f3 in the end. I think right now in the position it's on
f3. So here.
It needs to go to d4, to d2 and d1, and it has covered almost all squares around. f3.
Yes, exactly. So after here, maybe he will go to d4. Actually, it could be the only move to stop knight c2. Oh, this would be so funny, to stop bishop c2 from happening. Actually,
and can we make it go back to 3? Now I have a goal in life.
Actually, wait. This actually is on the board. He went knight d4. Oh, this is so funny. And
but
finally,
black didn't give a chance for this knight to go back.
I think so. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 moves with knight out of 25 moves. So almost like a third of a game was the knight moving around. Just one knight, not even the other one, just one knight. So half of the game was his knight moves. So yes.
And now it's gone.
Now it's finally gone.
What can we do now? Okay, so bishop c2 is obviously the idea, right? If the queen goes back, bishop c2. So what if queen c4?
Yes, queen c4, I agree. This is the best resource. I think that I do not care, but I can play queen a3. And then I threaten queen e3. I wonder, if I could
bishop e4,
I could have maybe even considered queen b6 first.
I was looking at this. And king
g2.
g2, yeah?
Yeah, king g2. And either
queen e3
b2 or queen e3. Let's say queen e3, yes. Let's say queen e3. I think
not a big threat yet.
Yeah, this should be winning somehow, some way. But the live position is still after rook d8, I assume.
He's thinking.
Okay.
What to do?
Yeah, I think.
But is there so much to do after rook d8 really here? So queen b2 maybe. Okay.
Queen b2 maybe better, but now queen c5, yeah. And again.
Still away.
Queen b4 on the board. Yeah, okay, so
covering everything. He found it, yeah.
Stopping the check, stopping this attack. The question is now, how are we keeping the queens? Or do we go into rook and...
I think we should keep the queens, because look at that square on g2. I would like to have queen d5 and bishop h3.
I agree. You know what? I agree. Why would I even calculate going into a rook endgame, yeah? But I'm sorry, I'm this type of person that I need to do it. No, but I agree. I think queen d5.
You just you said some very wise words before about how we should keep queens when the opponent's king is open. Exactly. So let's just apply what we know it works.
But okay, I have a question. After rook b1, how are you continuing your attack?
I know, because on bishop h3 you want to play e4. So let me go bishop e4. Does it work? And bishop h1?
I'm sorry, you could have also just taken on b1. I just...
Okay.
This could have been easier way of playing chess, so let's not go rook b1. Okay, let me find something else.
I like how we're working in a team here. It's like...
Team, yeah, and also...
Yeah, everyone's blind.
Blundering, like, wow, okay.
So he played actually queen c3. No need for us to check anything else. And here, if bishop h3, queen f3?
Queen f3, yes.
Okay, but queen d4? No, queen d4. I want to see that. So here.
Yes,
here.
queen f3, yeah.
Here. Can you go to h1?
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Show me what you got.
You know what I wanted, yes?
Yeah, beautiful. Imagine winning like this. Imagine winning like this, yeah?
But what's the option? Because on queen f1, queen f2, this still works.
Okay, e3, yeah?
e3.
That was my idea. That was my idea.
I found all the options where queen a1 works.
Yeah, no, but this is a beautiful...
Do I get any points for that?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's nice, but
okay.
If e3 works, I'm sorry, but I am a bit afraid for this bishop.
Yeah.
So...
that's very sad.
That's very sad, yes. So wait, so after queen b4, queen d5, queen c3...
he went c5.
Oh, he went c5, yes. I was also thinking just it's time to activate these pawns, push them. We didn't even consider going bishop e4 though. Yeah,
I also thought about it, but I thought maybe bishop h3, and if queen a1 worked, would have been faster.
Yeah, that would have been very nice.
But really here, maybe the problem is that white doesn't have moves, yeah? Absolutely. You don't get your rook out of a1.
Absolutely, absolutely. If I could even do anything, I have no rook moves. I could move rook f1, but and then the other rook to d1, and then go rook f3, but...
I had this genius idea to play a4, a3, and rook a2, but then realized that even like that, I don't
It's
have
not
rook
enough.
a2.
No, it's not enough. Absolutely not enough.
Well, I think the threat might be to go c4, queen d4, trade queens, and advance the c pawn.
Yeah. Easy. Very easy. Many ideas actually with black pieces here. Like also we can go bishop e4 later.
Bishop h1 always there.
Yeah, but somehow I feel like c5 is just like, yeah, pushing it here, then the queen will have to be moved at some point. Maybe just like, for example, a4. Let's say we go for this. And after a3, bishop h3, you're forcing queen f3. And now I think the c3, c2 is GG's. Even if you play g4. Even if you try your best.
Yeah, yeah.
So also this is a very good idea to bring the other pawn to help.
So he played king f2.
Yeah.
Okay, because now on any queen d4, he will have king e3 and take the pawn. So c4, yeah.
c4, okay. I wonder what Naidich has in mind here. Do you think he wants to go e3? No, I guess bishop g4 is too strong.
Or bishop h3, yeah.
Or bishop h3.
Bishop g4 or bishop h3, yeah.
Do you think he's gonna resign soon?
I think so. I think soon there will be no moves. So what do we want to do? Okay,
he's really trying. He's really trying. g4, okay.
And if we take rook g1?
Yeah, rook g1, I guess is his main idea. Okay, you can go... Actually, this can be tricky, yeah, because h5, h3.
But can you not go... Oh.
Maybe I could say I can go queen d4 here.
That's what I was going to say. Can you not even go queen d4? But I stopped because I thought maybe queen takes and king e3.
I don't think that worries me, right? I can...
Because the rook's on g1, okay.
Yeah, I think I can move the rook back, right?
Yeah.
But, okay, do I want to go for this endgame?
If it's winning, yeah.
Like, is it, you know? Is it winning?
No, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't make it to c2.
But he took bishop g4, okay, so we're gonna see...
Of course, yeah, if you don't take, what else, right?
Yeah, well, I would consider
bishop
going
e4,
bishop e4, yeah. For sure, I would consider it. If I didn't have a response on rook g1, I would for sure consider it.
So what does he have on rook g1?
Yeah, let's see. Let me think. Maybe queen h5.
Queen c5. And what about a check on c5? Does it
or maybe
help us in any way?
Oh, e3.
And we don't have d1, no? We have d1. And rook takes.
And rook g4.
Oh. Okay.
Oopsie. This is probably still winning, but like you have to go g6, I think, right?
Yeah, but no, I don't want to be here. Maybe I can do something better. So rook g1.
Maybe... okay, maybe I start with a check, and after e3 I go queen h5 now, threatening queen h2 or
and
queen
d1.
h4. Yeah, and d1 as well, yeah. Threatening everything.
Over, yeah?
Everything.
Isn't this just over?
Let's see. Let's see. I don't know. I think it should be.
I don't think h3 will help. Queen h3 and what else then? Besides on, yeah, h3, queen h3.
Yeah, queen h3, this just looks over somehow. I'm trying to see any tricks, if there's a way for me to trick you, but let's say...
Rook g4, no, because there's a check on h4.
Exactly. So this doesn't work. Okay, let me play, okay, like you said, h3 takes Rook G3, I guess Queen H2.
Queen H2, yeah.
Rook G2.
And H4 now.
Queen H4, Rook G3. A draw.
Yep.
Now it's time for D1 Queen.
D1, yeah.
Yes. Okay. There's no way to hold this for sure. I wonder how long this game will be played on. I would just like to jump to live position of board 2 because I see Sugiro has 50 seconds. 50 seconds. Let's see just the live position. Rook D4 played. What is this? Black is threatening to take.
I was counting the pawns, making sure that everything is still equal.
It is, but now Black has huge threat of playing Knight D3 and also Rook C4 at the same time. How is White avoiding that?
On Rook C4, I don't know if we might have some Queen D7 idea.
Okay.
No, because...
I think I can go H6 or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wonder how is White handling this?
Yeah, I just wanted... Exactly, I wanted to know where to put my queen. If I did have that, maybe I could stay on F5 or...
Okay, maybe I can just move my bishop. No, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm really trying to find some tricks, but this is
A3?
Terribly hard position. Yes, A3 maybe. Maybe A3 is just... but Queen B6?
And we can
Do you want to go Knight
still try Knight A4 and then just save the queen.
Okay, maybe this is the best way. Yeah, Queen D8 and... But still,
But
I think I choose Black. I
right?
love the
Yeah.
activity. I love the activity going to D5, going to D3.
I was going to say that it feels like Black is better.
Yeah. Okay, so just...
Maybe it's just illusion.
Okay, let's check the engine. So we both agree that Black is better. What?
Black is lost, yes? Of course.
What do you mean that
Of course,
White
Black
is
is
winning?
lost.
How is White winning? What?
Okay, maybe there's some tactic, like, do we have some Knight D5? No, I don't think so, no? I don't know, something with the back rank.
Okay, so there are two moves that win for White, and one of them is G3.
Because Knight D3 is not a threat. You tricked me.
No, Knight...
Rook takes D3.
Yes, because
Rook takes D3.
Yes, this is checkmate. However, I thought that maybe Knight D5 is winning, yeah? But even here, Queen D4 is winning.
Yeah.
Oh my.
The back rank.
Oh my, so just G3. I go H5, for example, and now Queen is free. It's free to move. But why is this so winning? Why is this so completely winning?
Takes on F4.
And Rook F4?
Queen H5, probably. And Rook...
Actually, the move is Queen D7. I don't know exactly why this is so much better, but... And after Rook H4...
I don't take that pawn.
Queen E8. And after King H7, King G3, checkmate. Soon to be checkmate.
Oh, funny how nobody can defend that.
Okay, and the second move that is winning is Rook E4, which is on the board. Because Rook E4 now...
Don't tell me you're not going to take. Okay.
the second winning move was Queen D7.
Queen D7?
Yes. But Knight E4 is +2, so should work. Wow, oh my. Okay, so I really thought Black was doing well, but actually the back rank, King on H8, is dead. So whenever I try to trick you, you trick me back.
Yes.
Oh my, that's crazy.
It's like tricking yourself, no? Sometimes.
This is exactly, I think this is what Sugiro did. I think the position was equal, and then he was pushing and putting tricks, but at the end he tricked himself, yeah? Wow. And he only has 1 minute, so queen e7, how do we win this? Let's
There's also some
try.
problems with the diagonal, maybe something to do with g8. Can we get there?
I would love that. This doesn't look obvious to me.
But h5 maybe again?
You think?
Could it be? Or some
Can I?
other way?
Yeah. H5. I like h5. I was thinking something like g3 still, basically pushing this knight to d5, but maybe it doesn't do much. Maybe it's not so deadly. Do you want me to check?
I'm curious. I'm thinking about knight g3. I was trying to figure out if that creates any big threat or not.
I like this idea, but
maybe it doesn't. No.
Yeah, like I'm a bit skeptical. I don't know exactly what black will do, but let's say I go for c5.
Yeah, because on knight f5, maybe even queen d7 is okay.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, something like this. Something like this, and bishop c8 is coming.
Knight f6. Yeah, I saw knight f6 in this position, but does it really work? I did see knight f6 and on queen f6. How is it?
Queen d7.
Queen d7, yeah.
But is this so bad? I guess it is. I guess this is terrible. I start with e4.
e4. Yeah, and
then now what?
King b1 maybe.
King b1. Okay, let's say I finally go h5. And you just take on b7, yeah?
I have to, and yeah, you don't have any way to get to c3.
I don't have any way to get with my knight on c3. Is it really? Is it?
I see that knight is lost, so
okay,
yeah, that's over. We have the first upset.
First upset. Let's see what exactly happens. So after bishop g4, rook b1, he didn't even go rook g1, and queen e4, he just resigned. So
there's no rook d2 either. Yeah, the rook on b1 will be hanging.
Oh, also this one, everything is hanging. Yeah, he just resigned. Yeah, simple and effective win. Also, yeah, you cannot play e3, nothing works. Yeah, very nice win by Dautian with black pieces against Neidich. Good job.
And let's see, let's get back to our game. We had something very interesting going on. Okay, we have moves.
This is actually the live position. So he did go g3 instead of knight f6.
You went g3?
Let's see if knight f6 was the best move. Actually, g3 was even better. Let's see why. Because, like you said, h5. And this is
so one move from you, one move from me, and we can make it together. We can make a super GM.
Together we're stockfish, yeah. Oh yes, we should. Yeah, we should put our heads together more often. Yeah. Lovely. Yeah, a5 now on the board, and how do I continue with white? What is the material? It's equal, right?
Yeah.
But
I thought that maybe the knight on d5 was good for black, but apparently it's not a problem.
Yes, I also thought that myself because it blocks this diagonal. It's active, it's putting some pressure on the king. a4 by Urazayo. So
do I want to go? No, I don't want to go h6 for sure.
Yeah, going h6 seems like a suicidal move. It's because something like this might happen.
No, I meant with white. How do I want to make progress? Sorry, yeah, it's black to play, so of course.
Yes, with white, do you want to go h6? Actually, why not? I would actually like to see.
Yeah, we don't mind g6.
No, I don't think so. Because then there are more options to sacrifice if I manage to put my queen on d7. But yes, don't need to do it yet. But what does black do is the first question.
Right. What does black do? What is queen d8, for example? I want... Oh!
I'm sorry, what? Excuse you? Sugiro? I thought that was suicide. Okay, so he did go 8-6. I guess he was afraid of 8-6 himself. So at least that's what we evaluated correctly. Going 8-6 yourself. Wow, that's such a brave move.
But it does look very scary. For example, if we do get the knight to f5 now, we'll see how. We'll deal with that later. But if we do get that,
Yes, we'll deal with that later. How about okay, I would consider going queen f5 now.
with g4 idea and knight g3, or
And also bishop
Bishop
d3
d3.
idea. I have two ideas myself. For example, yeah, queen f4, queen f5 on the board. Yay. And now if I ever decide to go
Yes.
bishop d3, it's of course very tricky. King j8. Okay.
I was expecting this to happen because I'm guessing that what he's saying that it was when if you ever play queen h7, he's going king f7 or king f8.
Yes, exactly. But how do we improve? Do we go g4 now? I think I love g4. Knight g3, queen g6, knight f5. Stop me if you can. Basically, it's what I'm saying.
So on g4, maybe what black could try is the queen d8. I really want to kick that queen out of there, or some bishop c8 is my plan, and maybe bring it on e6, so it's not so sad on b7.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so many games are now in time trouble, so I'm just looking at the overview if there's something happening on other boards. But I think this one so far is the most interesting one, the one that we're following. But of course, we will jump to, of course, other boards a bit later.
Oh, I see some results. Sarana won his game.
Uh-huh.
There was another drawn board 13. And unfortunately, Tudor also lost today. He was playing a stronger player.
Yeah.
It's not like you lose a game, you're not favorite in the first round, you lose the game, and then you're favorite in the second one. No.
This is how it works when you play such a strong tournament. But I'm sure that he will be fighting every game and learning from everyone, every opponent, and every mistake he makes.
He has been playing a lot, and I know that he's playing Benasque after this, because I'm also going to Benasque. So he's flying from here to Barcelona and then going to Benasque.
Yeah, very, very strong tournament as well. Very nice tournament.
Have you ever played it?
Never played, but actually wanted to play this year as well. But it's a bit a struggle to arrive there.
I think in theory,
yeah,
when you look at it, it's a struggle, but then it's not really like that. You can fly to Barcelona, and you have bus.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you have to change the bus, but it's not
like
so
a long
complicated.
bus. How long is it? 6
hours? That's a long bus.
Okay.
I personally prefer to fly to Zaragoza or to take a train to Zaragoza.
Okay.
If I'm in Spain, and from Zaragoza it's 3 hours by bus.
3 hours. Okay. Yeah.
So that's much better.
It's I wanted to play, but like with so many complications, like 6-hour bus plus the I don't know 2-hour plane ride plus arriving to the airport because I cannot fly from Ljubljana because there's no connections. I have to go to Italy, then I would go, to Barcelona, then the bus. So I was like, okay, this is like whole day of travel. But one day I will play because I heard so many nice things about the tournament.
I will be there.
Okay.
if you want to play next year,
perfect.
Let me know. Okay. I'll try to help you in every way that I can.
Okay, I will. Yeah, you know what? I will ask you. Yeah, if you have some advice given the travel. But
yeah, I've been playing for I'm going for 15 years already there.
Wow. Okay, that's very experienced with Benasque.
Going, yes, I'm probably over 10 years already.
Wow.
Playing. At least going. I haven't been playing. I haven't played last year, and I won't be playing this year. I'll be an arbiter.
Okay.
But I'll be there. It's a tournament that I'm not gonna miss. I have a lot of friends there, and
yeah, I heard like many nice things. So it's for sure a very nice tournament if anybody is interested in playing Benasque Open. Can we just comment on this knight c3 king f8?
Because where is the knight going from c3? You're saying?
Yes, and also how am I continuing? Why is this so good for white? Is it still much better for white, or did I lose my advantage? Because what is this knight doing on c3?
I'm wondering now about queen h7, since there's no knight c3,
Ooh,
but also not sure
spicy.
about...
But yes, nobody will take on c3, yeah.
I'm also wondering if my queen is doing anything on h7.
Exactly. I think in this case I would go for something like queen d7 myself, stopping you from being on this diagonal. Something like this. Don't know what happens in case of queen h8, but I think this knight on d5 is just so strong for protecting the square. So queen d3 on the board. I guess
he went the other way,
going for the pawn if possible.
But queen d7 would defend, or... Yeah, so I don't know which way to pin myself. Maybe not with the bishop, right?
Yes. Okay, I like queen d7. Let's say it's an option. I think he will have to play something soon because he doesn't have time. But maybe there's no buts. Maybe this is just okay.
Was queen c5 also an option? Not pinning at all?
Or queen f7.
Yeah, queen f7 was an option.
This is okay. On the board,
so he doesn't mind the pin because h5 is actually hanging.
But is it finally time for g4? I just want to play g4, just because it really allows my knight to be more active through a different variation. I think that white is losing
some of the advantage, some of the momentum at least.
The momentum, yes. I think the momentum is the right word. Still has an advantage, but struggling. I would also struggle. I would not know how to win this, to be honest. g4 though, I would have played a bit earlier.
Maybe you have to play now. I guess that what he might have found wrong with g4 was knight f4 in some positions.
Yes, I can understand this, but I really don't mind if the knight comes to f4 in case that I get my knight on f5 or... But okay, queen d2 is on the board. What is the idea if I go queen h5? I guess the idea
takes on d5?
Yeah, but... And just go into a queen endgame? No, there's no way this is winning, no? Because with this queen endgames, it can get so messy, but maybe...
Yeah, but you get 3 pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, okay, let's say I go queen e2. You want to take the pawn on
I was thinking about taking a pawn. I cannot take it with check, no? So let's just take it right away.
No, there's no way to take it with check, but queen f2. And now, I don't know, is this so
the e-pawn might run faster.
No, I mean, I have queen b4. Now I see that maybe I can play a5 and you cannot play e4. Maybe this is enough. Okay. Let's see the engine. No, actually white is winning. Yeah, white is winning.
White is winning,
perfect. Yeah, okay. Good evaluation, yay. And after... Actually, black didn't take on h5, but he went f5. And now knight b5 is on the board. We just want to... we just want the queen and knight combination. Good enough. Queen and knight work perfectly well, especially after bishop and queen. So I support this decision from white. I like it.
Well, there's no way to defend a5, so
yes,
probably we should be looking at taking on h5.
Yes,
or what else?
I agree. I think we should take some pawns, and he did. And now I expect queen a5 on the board.
Maybe after queen a5, a move like queen e2, but I'm afraid that the bishop will get trapped.
Yeah, I think I also
actually losing it in 2 moves. Yeah, if queen e2, queen d8, and
and it's over. I think we will see some result here very soon. Can we jump to, I think it's board number 8, just to quickly see what is happening here. Just going to the live position, because white is threatening checkmate, but black is also threatening some checkmates, so I don't know who's gonna be first. Rook a1, another check, and king is on e3. How can we win this? Can we go rook e1? How can we checkmate our opponent somehow? In some weird way?
Probably. But we just need to find it.
Probably, because in case black wins, this is another upset. Lee versus Aditya, who is a grandmaster. And if black does manage to win, this is going to be an upset. Let's see. We have 2 minutes. If I go rook e1, you go king d4.
Yes.
If I go queen d2, you go king e4, e5. And I feel like you checkmate me somehow. So what?
Okay, we have queen b2 instead of queen d2.
Yes. But after king c5, how are you playing? Queen c3.
But king b5,
b5.
and I don't see where's the next check.
Maybe I just take on b3. But no, I think I'm getting checkmated. Oh no, then I'm losing the game. Then I'm losing the game.
Correct.
I think this is not so simple.
Check there. It has to be with checks, yeah? Because if it's not with checks...
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we also have some queen g3.
Yes, I'm also considering this, but after king d4.
Yeah. Maybe a check on d1?
Maybe just rook d1, yes, and after, let's say, king c4, maybe I just take the rook. And I just win this queen endgame.
Yeah, I see, that's... I see there's a suggestion about that as well.
Okay, so...
Maybe that's the way? Okay, he did that.
Let's see if he's gonna go rook d1 here. Is this good enough? Let's say rook d1, I don't know, king c4. I think I have to take. I could consider this, but doesn't do much for me. Right?
No, just lose the pawn on b4 as an extra.
But I have to be slightly careful.
There's a perpetual there?
This is a threat, yes. Perpetual of queen d8. I could start with this. But I wouldn't say that this is so winning. Is it so winning? Maybe it's just completely over, yeah.
Probably, because now the queen has to go back and block it on e1, I guess.
Yes, and now just this, and this, yeah? And it's over. Okay. Let's see what is black going to decide here. I think he should go for rook exchange.
Or rook d1.
Let's see what the engine will say. Yes, rook d1. The only move, in fact. The only
move? Okay.
Yeah. To not draw.
To not draw. So no checkmates, no winning pieces here. Oh, he went rook d1.
Rook d1. And
yeah,
king
he's gonna
c4.
go for it.
And actually now the best move is not even rook d7, but it's rook c1.
Why?
Let's think about it. So rook c1.
King b4.
King b4 and apparently queen b8.
Ah, I missed this check completely.
Yes, me too.
So that's checkmate.
Yes.
Well, there's queen b5 still.
Ah, yes, wait, there is queen b5 and now what do we do now? Maybe queen f8. No, yeah, maybe.
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 Yeah. King a5.
King a5.
Rook c5. Rook c5.
Oh, c5. Yeah, just more simple way. But he decided to take, which is, I think, the most human way to play. However, apparently this is not so winning anymore.
No?
I don't know why, because if I go queen a5, okay, I think should be. If I decide to play this, apparently queen c8 and queen c3 is a draw.
Really nice.
Wow.
That's a really nice idea.
Wow. After queen c3 going king c3, and now you are competing in who is faster.
White looks much faster.
He does, but this somehow turns into a draw. Because there's a
you
check.
promote a check.
Yes. So queen d7, queen e5, king b4 is on the board, and now winning move is apparently h5.
Wow.
Or king
Okay.
g7 is good enough to avoid any checks.
I don't think he will play h5 in any scenario here.
I don't think so either. But king g7 looks okay.
Okay, so the idea of h5, just so we understand, is that on e3, queen c8, we're gonna have king h7.
Yes, also.
Yes? Okay.
I think also in idea of if this happens, maybe you can allow this because this promotes the queen much faster.
Okay.
So like
no stopping the pawn.
I think I'm much faster. This is also a bonus point. So and in case of white taking on h6, I don't exactly understand.
No, this is what I meant, that
yes.
e3, right?
Now e3 should be good enough. Let me just double check with the engine. Yes, now e3 is good enough because of king h7 square. But
Yeah.
e3, he played e3! Whoa!
Do you think white will find queen c8? How much time does he have?
I'm
3
pretty
minutes.
sure, because you have to look at checks. I'm pretty sure queen c8 will be on the board. The question is, will he...
Yes.
Will he play... There. Yeah, he played queen c3. Oh, and this is now a draw. Wow.
Amazing.
Whoa. This is drama.
Big miss, but he's also running out of time here.
Also, I think black should now be worried, because if black hasn't seen this happening, he needs to realize that he's fast enough with his king march. Otherwise, he would be scared to lose the game, right?
Yeah.
But he doesn't have a choice. He has to take queen c3, but he doesn't have time to calculate. Let's see. Oh, this can actually turn around into white's win if black makes a wrong move. For example, queen.
I wonder if f6. I wonder if f6 is losing, for example.
F6. Can I?
Maybe it's still a draw. Yeah.
Take going queen 3. This. Before I think this. Let's play it out. You know, I'm too lazy to calculate.
King.
Okay, this should still be a draw. Yeah. Okay.
But maybe, with a pawn on e5, who knows? Maybe black can try to push it.
But he decided to play queen c3, king c3 is on the board, and now, oof, international master Lee has to find a draw.
I mean, king c6 looks like the only try here. What else can you do?
f5 and h5 actually is still a draw, believe it or not. But king g6,
it is?
Yes. I don't know how, but king g6 is the most logical way, yeah.
So maybe it's because what? You don't get to stop the pawns. Yeah, f5, for example.
f5, for example, yes.
King d3.
In case of king d3, f4.
King e2.
Oh, you don't want to go before?
I thought that maybe king e2.
Okay, let's go king e2, king f7, yeah. And now you just...
and you catch the pawn.
You cannot... Okay. Yeah, you cannot do it. That's why I thought before. But king f7, it's... you're fast enough. You're in the square.
Yeah.
So also... yes, so in case of f5, you have to take, and then it's the same scenario with the king coming in.
All right.
Yes, so this is now on the board before king g5. Now, of course, white should play b5, and we have to go in with the king. Either king g4 or king f4, otherwise we are lost. Yeah.
King f4, yeah, so you're closer, a little bit closer to the pawn on b5 as well.
Exactly. I mean, this game can still continue for a long time, because we will be promoting 2 queens. Oh yeah,
and black will still have an extra pawn.
Yes, exactly. Like, this will be the situation, and we have 2 pawns against 1, so this can actually still...
Unless, yeah,
this
we're gonna see that.
Very, very, very interesting. So maybe we can jump back to board 2. Let's see what is happening here. Yeah. It's like we expected, this knight and queen working in a very, very nice tandem here, compared to this bishop and the queen. this bishop looks so free, but it actually does absolutely nothing in the position.
No,
Yeah,
nothing on light squares to attack.
very, very sad. Like now white can play either a5, b5, maybe even king a3. Yeah,
A5. Yeah.
everything looks, oops, sorry, this was my move. Yeah, everything looks completely winning. And yeah, no way to save. There's no perpetual check, right?
No, I don't think so. How can we find one? Unless we have a bishop on c4, but okay, so if we could play maybe bishop, if we had another move and play bishop c4 and queen a4, because on knight c4 we have that idea with queen b4.
Correct. Okay.
Something like that.
Absolutely.
Make that happen.
Absolutely, yes, you're right. So
But,
some hope still.
But I guess c3 takes all that away. It opens up the king a little bit.
I'm just trying to find a move for white. Do I want to go queen c5 myself? Do I want to exchange the queens? Or do I want to keep them on the board? Maybe go queen b6 even.
Oh. But queen c5 looks pretty strong.
Yeah, even stronger. Queen c5 is even stronger, I think. So I wonder how black will even respond to this move. Queen a4 does absolutely nothing.
No, it does nothing. But I still have my queen.
Yeah, I mean, if you go c3 now, bishop d1, you have some life in you, yeah?
Yeah.
So still white has to find a way to beat him. Maybe, let me think, maybe after queen c5, queen a4, queen d6, I will checkmate you. If
on g6, okay. Somehow. I was looking for something there.
Somehow, I don't know if there's a checkmate yet, but somehow I will try to do it. You know, I don't know. I think this should be enough at some point.
No, there are ideas. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to figure out. We could even switch. Okay, probably switch the knight to e7, and then there's a checkmate. Yeah.
Yeah. Somehow.
Through there or through c6, and then it will be.
Yes, and also, there's no. Okay, bishop d1 though can be slightly annoying. Okay. Maybe I'm complicating my life. I'm pretty sure there's maybe easier ways to continue here. Because this check doesn't do anything for me, because then I lose this pawn, and this pawn, I don't want to do that, right?
No, I don't think so, no.
Yes, so what he played was queen c3 instead, and bishop f1, and okay, now it's better because this is not a threat anymore. So now I can maybe maneuver my knight to a different square if I want to.
Maybe something like, I keep looking at knight c6, which has, yes, that idea, and I'm not giving up on your idea with knight e7.
Yeah, also this and this. Yeah. I like this. I love knight e6, and I think we will see a win here. I just want to see what happened on board 4.
What happened on board 4?
Because there was a result there, and I want to see what kind of blunder happened. So here, white played king h2, and if you can see the evaluation bar, this is now winning for black. Let's see what white missed here. Let's do some tactics. What is so bad? First thing that comes to mind is queen b2. Followed by rook d2. And I don't know how you protect the g2 pawn exactly. What else?
Yeah, I think that's it.
I think that's it, right? Let's see what he played. Queen b2 and rook d2, and this is absolutely over. Wow. Okay, so just such a simple blunder. It was around equal position, but easier to play for black, and yeah, this was the resignation moment, because in case there was another check, queen g7, and going into a pawn endgame is absolutely enough for black to win the game.
No need to look for more.
No need to look for more indeed. Okay, which game can we also check? Let's see. Board 5 looks like let me go for it. Board 5 looks like a draw endgame with same color bishops. Don't know if it's easy to hold, but
I was actually going to say that I think white might try to get something out of it.
Absolutely, but if I just move my bishop e7, bishop f8, how do you do this?
Yeah, that's, yes, I know.
Okay, maybe bishop e3, bishop c5. Yeah,
maybe like that. But you also have to be careful with a check on the diagonal and then bishop b2 when you do that, right?
Correct. Yes, so for example...
But actually you get more pawns.
Let's think about it. Bishop g7, king d6, bishop b2.
No, I think here white gets more pawns, no?
Yes, because takes and this, and I just guess that this is
done. You're gonna take both pawns.
Okay. So given that, yeah, we go bishop e7, and
bishop e3.
If I go bishop e3, yes.
So I guess, oh, he played bishop c1.
Yep, I guess he was afraid that in case of this, now it's a bit different, but it's still good enough, right? It should be good enough. Because now the king is maybe a bit...
It makes it to where? It doesn't go to f4, that's for sure.
Yeah, I cannot go to f4, yeah. Or can I? Or can I?
Maybe you can. Okay, no, I don't. Do you? I don't know how that is. I'm noticing that I have the right pawn at least.
This is winning, I guess.
And I can defend it.
I guess it helps because you have the right pawn, exactly. Okay, that's why, I don't know. We will see, let's see. Maybe they will agree for a draw right here.
Or he's just gaining some more time.
Yeah, or we will see bishop e3. You know what I wonder? Yeah, I don't know if I'm scared of this. Bishop e3, bishop e7, bishop c5. Let's say this happens. Is it time to take on g4?
And after pawn takes, h takes, I mean? Wait, h takes, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and g5. What is this endgame? This actually might be lost, yeah, because of f4. Might be lost, yeah. See, these bishop endgames are tough. Let me see. Yeah, this is winning for white, yes, okay. So bishop f8, bishop d2. Of course, white... Why doesn't he like bishop e3? Maybe a5? Yeah,
but
maybe a5.
Don't you take and promote? Bishop a3, a6, b4, a7, and you can stop the b pawn.
I'm just trying my best to find a way
I know,
for a draw, but you're right, a5 is losing. I feel
maybe after bishop c5, I think maybe after bishop c5 there has to be something here.
Do you
That's
think
not dangerous?
I take bishop c5. Do you think I just take bishop c5 and play king e7 and play a5?
Maybe.
Huh?
I actually thought that was winning, but yeah, it's probably not. If a5, I mean, if c6, sorry.
c6, yeah, I go a5.
Oh, you go a5 immediately, even, yeah.
Yeah. And there's no way on the queen side to make a passed pawn, so it's a bit slow, yeah. I guess that's the reason. Okay. Now we understand it.
And that's a draw, yeah? We know for sure. No, we don't, but...
I think they will repeat
maybe
the
even lost.
Yeah, I don't...
Anyway.
I think actually it's winning for black because the passed pawn.
Right?
So I think that's why they're sticking to this repetition, move repetition. Let's see how many moves. 1, 2... Okay, there's been two-time repetition.
And with bishop c1, it's also 2-time repetition. Okay.
Yeah. But maybe I want to move to board 6 to see what is happening there. What is happening here?
G2 is hanging. F4 is hanging.
What if I take bishop f4?
Pawn takes, I have to.
And I go rook g1. Do you take on a5?
Probably.
And
what else?
Then I take rook f4.
And I have to play, or I have to try g5?
Whew, what is this? What is this evaluation?
0-0?
You know what? It is.
I'm gonna go with our favorite evaluation.
It is, in fact, rook g4. Apparently, it's the best move.
To free the other rook?
Yeah.
And keep the rook on a5.
Yeah, for example, after, I don't know, what are you going to do? Rook e5? I don't know, let's just say. You can go rook d1, yeah. And you're not afraid of a5 at all, because now you kind of can go rook d7 and f4. You can go f4 as well.
Right here. Okay.
Oof, this is exhausting. This thinking about so many chess games at once, it can be very cruel to our brain. So
I don't even remember where the game started in some games that we actually saw.
Yeah.
For example, this one we went over. So which one was this, for example? It was a Sicilian. Okay.
It was a Sicilian, and that's all we know, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to board number 8. Because here black was actually winning, but now we have this draw endgame, but I think it's not so easy to draw.
No. White still has to fight it out.
Exactly. Apparently the best way to draw is queen h2 and b4.
Okay, so stop that pawn.
Yes, but it's not so simple. For example, we go h4 ourselves. So still very long game ahead, I think, here. So I will leave them.
This is gonna take a while.
I will leave them here, and I want to move to board number 9, which I will just turn off the evaluation, which we have a rook endgame. Rook endgame, but who is...
This was the Catalan.
This was the Catalan.
This was the Catalan.
This was the Catalan, okay.
Where White didn't want to draw in the beginning, so maybe he will make one in 80 moves instead.
Exactly. I think White can have a draw anytime he wants. For example, rook c1 seems to be drawing the game. Yeah, I think this is a very easy way to draw. Because just take this pawn, then f6 will be hanging, and h5 in the future. I mean, White is the one fighting for a win here, so...
Yeah.
I think after... Yeah, okay, I think rook c1, right? What else can I do?
Take on f6?
And after
because rook a7.
Yeah, after rook a7.
Black keeps the c-pawn.
Yeah, okay, it's a try. Rook c1, but king c5, I think it's a strong move, bringing the king in.
And
so
it's no reason to try this way, where you can go wrong.
Yeah, but he went king d5, allowing c3. I don't know if I like this. I liked my king on f6, on e6. I don't know why did he do that. Because before we had this position, but the king was already here.
Threatening f6.
Yeah, so don't know why he did that, but... okay, I think I know, because in case of rook c1, I guess king c5 was very strong.
So he's trying to avoid the draw at all costs, or what?
No, maybe he was a bit afraid that now he has to go rook a1, and maybe the pawn is being pushed. And maybe black is winning now, actually. Wait. No, it's still a draw, but it looks very scary. I do admit so. And that's why rook c1, king d5 first, and now rook c1. And I think this is much safer way to play for White. In case of rook c8, I will just take the pawn.
a8, yeah.
Or
Black has to
A8, but
no, take the pawn,
this
so
is,
black wastes a move.
yeah, black really wastes some tempo here. So, okay, this looks like a draw, but interesting one for sure. Board 11. There's a knight in white's
Black is
position.
missing a knight, yes.
What happened here? I don't know. Where did the knight go? Aha, he had to give it up. Why did he have to give it up? Oh, because rook a7 was too strong, I guess. I assume because of these checkmate ideas.
Ha.
Was it necessary? Let me check with the engine. Actually, it wasn't. Okay, rook b7 was a good move, yes. So it was necessary to do it. But now it's much easier to play for a win with white pieces. However, this king
it's 2 pawns, and the pawn on h6 may be lost at some point.
Exactly. I'm not sure this is a very easy win for white.
No, I don't think it is. Is it even winning? I think black has good chances to.
It's +1, but in the end game, you know, that doesn't tell you much. That just means it could be a draw, it could be a win. So
it's basically count the material, and okay, knight, you have 2 pawns, so +1.
Exactly. So which means that it's probably a draw with best play.
No, it does look like black has compensation with a king on f4, maybe advancing even further.
Exactly, yeah.
I imagine he wanted to stop that.
Do we go g4? Oh no, he first makes a check. And do we go g4 now, or we go f4, threatening f3? You know, it's...
Does it work? f4? If it works, it would be nice. No, g4.
I guess not. g4 is strong enough move, because f4 is coming the next move, and then it can be very annoying for white.
Maybe white can go after h7, while he still has the pawn on h7.
For example, knight g5? Or...
For example, knight g5.
Okay, for example, knight g5.
f4,
Let's
no?
see. No.
Not f4.
Do we go f4? Because with f4, I thought I'd give you a check first. Okay, let's say I go knight h7.
No, but I don't have any threat, which is also true. Or maybe I do have a threat, so let me try this.
Okay, I guess I should go to g3.
And then maybe here.
And h4.
Now,
and now you can go g3, huh?
Yeah.
And who is winning now? Who is winning now? It's a very good question. I have to take, you go f2. I go rook f3. And I guess you just promote the queen. I think you win now, yeah? Black is
because I have also the e-pawn.
Yes. I mean, this looks like this should be easily winning for black. So I should be careful with white pieces. I should.
He went knight g7 really in this position.
Aha. Okay.
There's a threat.
f4 was played. I think he wants to go...
Or here?
Either here or here, yeah. What? Okay, he
A5.
went here. Because in case of king f6, we're winning this pawn on f4, and this is exactly what we want. In case of going here, we give this check and win the pawn again. So the only move might be king d6. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. But what
so
now?
If knight h5?
f3. I go f3.
King g3.
And I go e3, I think.
Immediately. And if pawn takes?
Rook g1. Okay, let's go for it. Let's see. Maybe this, right? You have to go for this, king f1, and this.
Okay, I don't think I have time for rook g5, right?
No, I think so not.
King G1, and it's going to be a draw. Okay.
Maybe I went fast with E3, but just wanted to see if this is good enough, yeah. And they're repeating moves actually, so they're repeating moves. I think this is going to be a draw now.
You think he's going to repeat?
You don't think that white will repeat? You think he will play on? You think so?
Maybe he will try something like knight h5. I'm just...
Maybe knight f5 though.
Knight f5?
Yeah.
And
then I go, I don't know.
Let's say king e6.
Yeah, knight d4.
And knight d2. No, knight d2 you never have it.
No. I just want to go rook f5, I think. I mean, okay, you have to probably play king
back,
d6.
No? Yeah.
Maybe I want to go... Wait, what do I want to do? Do I want to go rook g5? Oops, sorry, not rook f5, but rook g5. Something like this.
And if we do the check?
King g3. Now the trick is if you go e3, I have rook knight f5.
Knight f5.
Okay, so white might be still pushing.
And if I go g3, you have the same knight f5, no? All the time.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Exactly. Maybe actually here, instead of going f3, I really go g3 immediately.
Retrading all pawns? No,
I'm going f3. But then you have a chance to play knight f3, so this could be potentially winning for you. But I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Was it? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, where did you...
Was it? I was just wondering if it was so bad to keep my knight.
Yeah, that's a very good question.
Would it be so bad if I play king?
That's actually a very good question. I don't have a check on c2, yeah.
No.
I don't have a check on c2, yeah, so this could be working.
And the knight on e3 at least would stop. So let me see what he played. We have a move. What did he play?
King e5. Okay, so wait, why the decided... Wait, sorry. So how many repetitions we have here? So 1, 2...
We have 2. With rook a5 it would
3.
be... Okay, this is the third repetition.
Yeah, I think he's claiming...
King d6, yeah.
I think he's claiming 3-time repetition. Okay, he doesn't want to play on. So...
It looks dangerous as well with the pawns there. Yeah.
No, I do agree, but yeah, rook g5 looked that it could be fun to continue. Let's see. Okay, it is a draw, but rook g5 he could continue, but e3 is the only move now, basically.
e3.
Almost the only move, yeah.
So on pawn takes?
Takes.
Do you play? Okay, you take.
And after takes, just king e5. Okay, but this is not easy, yeah?
No.
This is not easy. This is 0-0. Which is very hard.
But black does need to find some moves, yeah?
Yeah.
Black needs to find this e3.
I feel under pressure for these games that are low on time.
I would be very happy as black if white just decided to repeat and not bother me anymore.
Yeah, oh my
God.
God.
With the extra knight.
I want to jump to board number 2 because it looks like it's going to be over soon. So they exchange the bishop and the knight. So the question is, does black have a perpetual somewhere, or are we just queening?
Nah, no perpetual, no? No. I can try what? Something like
you can try
this?
this, or yeah, queen c3, right?
Ah, you have a check, no?
Exactly. I think
check
this
and get
is
the queen.
a resignation moment. Maybe he will try one more move. I don't know, queen f2, queen c3.
Unfortunately, they all allow the check on e4.
Yeah.
So, okay, so this is a big upset on board 2.
Upset on
Very
board 2.
Important win.
Upset on board 3 as well. Naidic lost to Davatian. And many draws. Let's just check the games that are still going on. So board number
What's going
6.
on? Yes, on board number 6. I wanted to know.
Whoa,
this was the rook end game, yeah?
Whoa. So yes, we left it around here, and White decided to play rook d2, and then lost the pawn this way. But now it's very hard for White king to come out.
So he preferred to go for this instead of the rook end game.
Yes, interesting choice. But yes, now this looks like this bishop is very strong. However, as we're going to see very soon, king is coming to h3, and I do not see how will White avoid a checkmate.
Rook c1.
Rook c1, of course. Let's see, what can I do?
Maybe push the pawn.
Okay, rook e4 first, which makes sense. Where is this bishop going?
Get the pawn, sorry.
Yeah, I think we have to go to h6, right?
Yeah.
But this is supposed to be checkmate in 10, you know?
Oh, it is?
Yeah. I'm just gonna take the
But
engine.
if he takes the e5 pawn and then plays rook e1, and it's gonna be...
Okay.
I mean, the end game should be winning very easily.
Yeah, the checkmate was king g4, actually. Because this bishop cannot move from here.
So it's losing the bishop. But of rook c4?
Yeah, rook c4 and now h3.
That
and
way, okay.
Bishop h2, for example, king h5, and now you can not stop anything. So bishop g3, for example, rook g2,
yeah.
So this was an easier way to win, but he decided for rook e4, and after bishop h2, going back. So maybe now...
is he winning some time?
I think he's winning some time, yes. I think this is the plan.
He's thinking about it.
For sure. White
but okay, so he played king... okay, so this here, bishop h2, and if we take it, there's rook c3, no?
Rook c3, yeah.
Which probably is also winning, but he doesn't want to find out.
Yeah, with the two pawns on the edge, it's like, you know, why to play this?
I don't think White has a better option than bishop f4 now, although he's...
Bishop g1 was also an option, but I think he will repeat with some hopes that Black will not go for king g4 here, but I think now Mustafa will find it. Let's wait. What else can he do, right?
Yeah.
I think because after king g4, the only move is rook c4, right? There's no other options.
No, because if you move the bishop, then there's rook h2 and...
Yes?
Yeah. And nothing else. Yeah, I was just thinking how it could go. But king g4 is not the only winning move. No, if he pushes the pawn... he played it, yeah.
I think pushing the pawn would be good, but at some point you have to have this idea. I think so, because otherwise if you push the pawn, you allow e6 to happen, which means bishop has... Yeah, but now bishop is not trapped, so there's no checkmate. So you have to suffer
I thought... Okay. I thought maybe we could push the pawn to a2 and play rook e1 and win.
Yeah,
there are some stalemate ideas which we have to avoid all the time.
Exactly. So this is, I think, the best way. Rook c4 is on the board. Now Mustafa has to find h3, and he did. Let's find out how fast will this finish.
Bishop h2 looks like the only move, right? Because if the bishop goes anywhere else...
Exactly. For example, here, we just... we can go here. And now we have two checkmate threats, and you cannot protect both. With bishop h2, at least we're trying to protect defend something. But, yeah. Or here, but nothing works. So bishop h2 is on the board, waiting for Mustafa to play king h5. By the way, Sugiro did resign his game, so On board 2, white did win. So upset board 2, board 3, and so far this is it. Then we have
Oh, look, we have a
many
draw
draws.
in Lee against Aditya Mittal.
Ah,
It
okay.
did end in a draw.
We will check it out. Let's just wait for this game to finish, and then we can also check board number 9. And I think there's 3 more boards. Yeah, 3 more boards are still playing, all of them in time trouble.
Yeah, okay, and the draw was in Amar's game, in the bishop end game. I'm looking at the games that we have been checking out. Van Gaal won his game.
Oh,
I noticed that a while ago. So tomorrow we will see him, maybe not on the first boards, but higher at least.
Closer to the first board.
Yes. We will get to him easier.
Exactly, yes. We will check also Sarana's game. Okay, so Mustafa did he resign? No, not yet, sorry. I thought...
No, I think he
Rook G2 was played. Yeah, Rook G2
G2
was played, and I think we will see resignation right now. So, very nice win by Mustafa. Okay, let's just check what happened in Lee versus Aditya. Where did we leave it? Here, yeah, before.
Here, yeah.
Okay, it's just repetition.
So there was some, yeah.
So black decided to
he
draw.
Didn't try, yeah.
Yeah,
further.
Didn't want to try, which is okay, fair. It was a draw and endgame. And on board number 9, this is now the rook endgame, but this is complete draw. Or can white push for something? No, right?
You think? No.
I don't think so. I really don't.
But anything can happen with little time.
Yeah, I really don't think. I mean, h3 will happen, I assume. What are we doing then? King e7. I don't know, let's say. Okay. Maybe it's not so simple, no?
Rook f2?
Rook f2. f6, h2. Rook h4. Rook e2. King f8. Is it simple? King d7. f7
and
king e6.
Rook g2.
Oh, you want to go rook
king
g2?
e6.
No, I was thinking, yeah, maybe king e6. I don't know. Or rook g2 could be.
And on king e8?
On king e8, I would.
King f6.
King f6, yeah. But I think rook g2 is maybe better. Yes, maybe rook g2 is just easier.
Unless anything like this works, but I don't think so, because you always threaten h1, right? So
exactly, yeah. Always. Whatever you do, I will threaten h1, so this should be a draw. And the live position, by the way, it's after h3. So this is the live position right now. I think so, yeah.
Yeah. This is it. King d4. So pushing the king a bit further.
Yes. Okay, we start with this.
Always good.
Yeah, always something that we want to do. Okay, king c6, for example. But I cannot improve. This is just a draw. Let me just check the evaluation. What if I'm telling you something that's wrong?
This is a draw with any move. It's not like any one of the king moves is lost.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so we can expect this to be drawn. Should we check, board 21, because it's still playing? We haven't checked this game, but
no.
Sargsyan Shant is a very strong 26+ player, and he lost yesterday. So that's why was playing next to Van Gaal on board 21. And it looks like that he might convert this into a win. It
hasn't been easy though, yeah? 70... Yeah. Very hard fought moves here.
Very hard game, looks like. And also not easy. Knights can be tricky somehow, but this king on a4 is way out of the game. I mean, okay.
Yeah, that's nice, g3. Okay. Yeah. To play king d5 and probably get to the pawn.
Yeah. Yes, I think he will convert this into a win. Yes, and then this is... So these are the only 2 games still playing, actually.
Okay, there was one more, but I guess that
It
ended.
just finished, yeah.
You just finished,
I
yeah?
can't remember which one it was, board 30 or somewhere around that.
Yeah, I think 28. Board 28, yeah.
Yes, I want to see how our ladies are doing. So let's
Where
see
are
if we
they?
have some good results here. Actually, board 31, Serki by Asel, she drew a Grandmaster Simonian, which is a very nice result. Then Kamidanova Fruja beat International Master Kochmar Vasily.
Nice.
So very nice score for her. Badelka drew again. She played another girl, Kamelidenova Muert. Sorry for pronunciation again. But yes, so there was a draw on that board.
I think is that.
And this is it for the ladies,
yeah.
I think, so far. Kuru Attila, a very strong Turkish player. I think he lost on or it was a draw yesterday, but he managed to win today against an international master. Sarana won, like you mentioned before. And yes, otherwise a lot of draws today, don't you think so?
Yeah, I see a lot of draws. I'm checking out who else drew here. Yeah.
Many, yeah. So we will sum up the top boards later. Let's just wait for these games to finish. I would just want to go back to board 9 to see.
To board 9, yeah.
To see
and see how the rook endgame.
Oh wait, how did we come to this? Let's see. So h2 and okay. I think I can go king d8, right?
Yes.
King d8 and this
king
looks
d8.
like
probably king e6 might be one of the move that loses here.
No, but he played king e6 though.
It doesn't lose even like that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't lose because, well, king f6, I assume.
No, the point was, of course, you don't have rook e7, yes, which I forgot. Totally forgot.
Yes, because there's a queen coming down here.
Yeah. And you can even lose with white.
But I thought going king d8 was simpler, but okay, maybe not. Maybe this is better. So f7, rook f2, yes. But okay, the trick is now if you move the king, I will just take the pawn. So in any way you move, I think you have to go rook h6 first.
And then king d7?
You're going to d7, yes, of course.
No?
Yes.
I don't know. I thought to d7. And then maybe king g8? And then
I can
check,
play
right?
I can play king e7 and I can play check on g2 as well. I think both is a draw.
I don't think you can play king e7.
Why?
And we found a way to lose. I think rook h2.
Oh, rook h2. No.
Right?
Oh,
yes, there's rook e2.
Okay, so this is how you
we
lose.
Found a way.
Okay, so there is a way to lose. I really was confident in king e7. I guess not. So I have to give you a check, okay.
Give a check and come back. On king h8 you come back. Or king e7.
And then, king e7. Yeah, I think that now I can.
Now it works, yeah?
I think so. I think I can. I mean, yeah, I cannot even play rook f6 because then I lose because of the h2 pawn. It's a very important pawn.
h1, yes.
h1, exactly. So rook f6. Oh, okay, so he decided to play rook f6.
Okay, so you can even do that.
I guess so. I guess he can do that. And I think we will see rook h2 now on the board.
Draw? Yes.
Yeah, okay. So last game, board 21, Sergisian Shant with white pieces against Izan Hulo. So king d6, h5.
But is this winning anymore? Because the king is on d6 and you only have an extra pawn.
I'm sorry, how did we allow this king to come to d6? I'm just gonna go back and see. So g3 was a good move. Why did we not play king d5 exactly? Did f4 bother us?
I thought that f4 might bother us. But yes, so f4, g4, f3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, f4 is a problem on king d5.
Okay, so let me just turn on the engine. Knight g5 actually being the only winning move, and after king c6...
Winning, you're saying? Still winning.
The only winning move here that wasn't played was knight f7. Not allowing king d6 to happen.
And not allowing king d7 either.
And yeah, after king d7 we exchange the knights, so the only move then would be king c7 and
then
still
you
going
go
knight
up?
e5.
Ah, knight e5.
And after knight f8, for example, knight c4 or maybe king knight c4, and after knight g6, knight e3. Ah, and after this knight d5.
You have knight d5.
So many tricks, but this is hard to spot. So h4 was played, and after king d6, h5, h6. Even though the pawn is on h7, apparently now this is a draw, yeah.
No, this does look like a draw, because what happens on king f6, right? He will win the pawn. Knight e6.
Knight e6, okay. But,
What about
f4?
check? F4 works?
No, wait, I can go knight f4,
Pawn.
right?
Knight f4.
Because if I
Yeah,
take,
if
if I took with the pawn, I can take, right?
And you get the pawn.
Yeah, and I
Yes,
get the pawn.
that's
That was
right.
my trick. So f4 doesn't work because of knight takes f4.
Mhm.
Now this is not working. So what do I do here with black pieces?
What if we give a check on e7 and wait
Okay. King d6,
and wait?
king d7.
Okay, I don't have a. I have a check on e5.
Yeah,
Oh, you can even go king e8.
I would go, yes, exactly. But now after knight g6, now I'm forced to move, yeah?
He played f4.
Oh, he played f4? Wait, so this works? Wait, wow.
Knight f4,
So
right?
after knight f4,
There has to be a way to win the pawn.
so you're saying I have to go knight e7,
And what about king d6?
knight f5,
Knight f... what? King d7?
and now king
d5?
g7, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Sorry, you're going to d7? Yeah, d7, king
I don't
g7.
know.
I
Yeah.
go king g7, and basically black is saying that
you get the pawn.
g4, yeah, doesn't matter.
Knight h4.
Yeah, knight h4, knight e3, I'm not sure what is better, but once you exchange one pawn, then there's
Yeah.
no way of winning anymore, right?
No. If you keep the knight there, it's just over.
Oh, wait, f4, knight f8.
Trick after trick.
Whoa, wait, this is, it's not over. It's not over yet.
Do you think we can take on g3? No, we cannot take on g3. Knight g6, and there's no time for anything.
Yeah, there's no time. However,
Knight is...
yeah, knight e7, and
e7.
where are you going? D6 or? I guess you go
I
to
thought
D6.
d6, but then I saw knight f5, and I don't know if I'm going to d6 anymore.
Yeah. No, it's still fine.
It still works,
It's
yes?
still fine, but
King d7.
because I'm forced to go king g7.
Right.
But now it's a bit harder for black because now I have 2 pawns less, right?
Right. So is there anything better? There
So
has to be
he
anything.
went knight h8.
G takes f4 and king g7.
Yes.
Okay, so take the
Forcing
pawn
the
h7.
knight to move, yes. So now, again, we have this endgame, right?
Oh, and you keep the knight on h8, and the pawn will never go further, right?
Exactly, yeah. Even though with knight on h8, I really do not
No, you don't like that. We don't
understand.
like the knight on h8, but
Actually, yeah, but it's good enough. It's good enough, I guess.
so Sargsyan not doing very well in this tournament
So far, yeah. I mean,
after
it's
2 rounds.
only been 2 rounds, but yeah, losing the first game and not winning today, I don't think he's going to be happy.
Even though we have seen this in strong tournaments before, it's very hard to win games, so we are expecting the first boards to not go as fast. It's not like in an open tournament where you win your first games and and
in
that's
like
it.
in like 1 hour because you're playing a lower rated opponent. No, not working here because they're
No,
all of them are title players. Literally, I think there are only 2 players without titles, but even this is because
because they
they
don't
didn't.
want them. It
Yes,
was a choice.
it's because of the choice, yeah, not because they had an option or they didn't have an option.
No, so I'm thinking that, okay, he draws this one and he's gonna have half out of 2, but there won't be so many players with 2 out of 2. So he still has a chance. He wins tomorrow and he still can catch up.
Yeah. And I
It's
think
still
now
okay.
f5 was a draw offer because after knight e7, king e6, we're taking on
F5.
f5 first, and then just this is a draw. So let's just wait for this to be played out.
Let me just take a look at who will we have with 2 points tomorrow. How many people are we going to have with 2 points? We're going to have Davidian
Exactly.
and Urasayev.
Yes. Then
And
Aryan Chopra, I think.
Aryan Chopra, he won. Yes,
Yes.
that's right.
And Yilmaz Mustafa. This is
Okay,
all.
so that's all out of 30 players that we had.
No,
with...
actually, yeah, I think this is all. Yes. Because Sarana was then the next one that won, and he was already on half a point yesterday.
He was already on half a point, yes.
So only 4 players with 2 out of 2.
So yeah, this is what I'm saying. It's not hard to catch up with the pack.
Exactly.
Even if you don't start well.
Exactly. Like even Sarana, he drew yesterday. Now he's basically almost on the top board. I think he will be playing on board 4 or 3 tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And Wang Hao, yes, with 1 point, absolutely nothing is lost. So, yes, anything can change. This is only round 2 out of 9 rounds of extremely, extremely strong Aktobe Open being played in Kazakhstan.
We have a draw on this board, and I think that's all for us for today.
Oh, yes, there were so many interesting games, so many blunders, not only from us, but even from some players here in the playing hall. Yeah, Najdic losing from this opening was a bit of a surprise, but a very, very, very strong wins.
It felt like Black also won very easily,
Exactly,
like we felt in some other games yesterday.
So smooth, so very, very nice play by these youngsters. They're all so young, so strong as well. So I am very excited to see the fighting chess between these youngsters tomorrow. We will have probably Yilmaz against Urasayo or Davatian versus Aryan Chopra. So many, many strong games tomorrow. Let's see.
Looking forward to them.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let's see the standings after the first round, where of course only one point was possible. So nothing special here. Pairings, like we said, there were only a few wins today. On board 2, white won. Board 3, black won. So 2 upsets on third and second board. And then only board 4, Aryan Chopra won with black pieces, and on board 6, Yilmaz Mustafa won with black pieces. Everything else was almost a draw, given the top boards. So very, very exciting games today, but a lot of draws. We will see what's going to happen in the next games, but being many top players playing each other, we do expect draws, right?
Yes, of course. It's a very strong open.
Yeah, very, very strong open. And yes, this is the schedule of the games. Every game is being played at 3 o'clock in Aktobe time. So it's, I think, GTM +5, if that helps anybody. We will be here every day, same time, same place, except the last round. But, you know, let's leave worries for the future.
We'll be a little bit earlier on the last round.
Slightly earlier, slightly more tired, but very excited to follow.
But we will not be blundering. We will be fresh.
Speak for yourself. I am not a morning person. Maybe we will see more blunders, but for sure, very exciting blunders as well.
Yeah. We're gonna try to make them exciting at least.
Yes. Thank you very much, Raluca, for staying with me, for having so many nice ideas and correcting my stupid ideas as well.
No, thank you. I think I have plenty of those as well.
Yes, but hopefully everybody in the chat enjoyed the commentary, and we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place.
See you guys tomorrow.
Bye bye.
Bye.